board. Judge Kremer served on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. And we have board member Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility. I will go through just a couple of housekeeping notes and then we will hear from all of you. So first, as a reminder that today's hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to keep yourselves muted and your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to have good audio and focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any tech issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from my team will reach out to you by phone. We'll help you troubleshoot. We'll get things resolved. And if it means we need to come back to you, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meetings notice. And each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of the hearing today. As a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second is to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And then third, to give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board may have for you. Don't read into it too much either way. If we do or do not have questions, we spend quite a bit of time with your application materials and sometimes everything is covered there. But if there are questions, we want to make sure that we have time to get to those so the board can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up questions, you're welcome to sign off the hearing. And then once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on, and then the governor will make a final decision on whether or not to grant a pardon. Either way, you'll be notified about the outcome of the hearing in about a month and a half from today. We know you've waited a long time just to get to today's hearing, so we thank you for continuing to be patient while we get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. Our first applicant of the morning session is Mubarak Baker. Mr. Baker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Mubarak Baker. The first question about giving a brief summary of my offense and how the sentence went. I was charged in 2017 for retail theft. And what happened is that it started off as a mistake where I was working at Nike in Pleasant Prairie, and we had these devices that we could easily check people out in the store. It was a busy day, a long line I had in front of me, and I had made a mistake on the device where I didn't charge one of the items for a customer, and I had just let it happen. Then the next customer that came was actually someone that I knew of. I used to say that that was one of my friends, and he had seen the mistake that I had made, and that had started the start of like a spiral effect. So I basically did the same thing for him intentionally. And then afterwards, we three more times, 3 to 4 more times, it had happened on different occasions. And I did the same thing. And later down the line when I was working for Nike, I decided to put in my 2 weeks so I could completely remove myself from the situation. And on my last day, I had got called into the office and I had to talk to a loss prevention person who talked to me about the loss that they were taking. And I was cooperative in the whole process. I, told them what I did and asked, like, is there anything else I could do to, help them in this process? Because I took full responsibility of what I did. I knew it was wrong. Um, and then later on, about maybe like a couple months later, that's when I had to go to court for it. Went through the court process, paid all my fines and restitution and whatnot. And then in the process, I had asked the judge if I get an expungement because I was in school at the time, actually going for criminal justice. And I had told him like I didn't want this to affect my possibility of furthering my career in law enforcement. And he said he would grant me an expungement as long as I stay out of trouble and come back the same day the next year. And I did, got the expungement. And then later on, I started finding out, like, because I started working afterwards and found out that I was still a felon pretty much. The expungement didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Um, Question two about what have I done since my completion of everything. I have I graduated college, bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a minor in sociology. I then went on to work for the Racine County Jail as a corrections officer for 4 years before I then transferred to try to use my sociology. I started working for behavioral services. And then I found out that I didn't want to, not that I didn't want to do it, but my true passion was law enforcement. So I went back to the correction side and I'm still there right now. So I've been working for them for a total of 7 years. And I also am I've done a lot of community service with my church group. We've done Adopt a Highway. We do food drives. We do 1 or 2 food drives every month. And I've been doing this since I was a child as well. So it's nothing new to me. But since I've worked at the jail with the work schedule and now I've switched over to first shift, it's sometimes hard for me to do some of the community service, but I try to do what I can, even if that's showing up in the setup or showing up afterwards to tear down. I try to like make an effort. We also do I do 3-on-3 tournaments for the community barbecues, a lot of things. And three, the brief statement of why I want to receive a pardon. I just like to receive a pardon because it's hindering me from pursuing my goal and becoming a deputy and police officer. I'd also like to enlist in the military because I'd like to go back to school to get a master's degree as well as learn a trade. I'd also would just like to move on with my life, and you know, being labeled a felon is not the true definition of me, and I feel like that's been kind of like shadowing me in a way, and I want to just leave it behind. And my work performance, evaluations, and promotions reflect how I've matured and developed good problem solving skills, critical thinking, leadership, interpersonal communications, and much more. And I just pray my poor judgment as a youth does not handicap me for life.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Questions from the board? Jerry?
You got a very positive letter from the district attorney of Kenosha County supporting your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Uh, Makes you feel real good in that because like someone sees like a light in me, even though I've been labeled like a felon for the mistake I made in the past. And it kind of let me down in a way because he the district attorney was actually my professor in college. So yeah, it's just funny how it kind of all played out. I've let a lot of people down, including myself. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity for him and everyone else who's took the time to help me.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Becker. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michelle Yeager. Ms. Yeager?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
You can, thank you.
All right. And just to clarify, currently, Michelle Teller, I did get married in 23. So,
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
but hello, everyone. Just want to say thank you to the board for allowing me to be here today to present my case on why I think I should be pardoned. The offenses which I'm seeking a pardon for include possession of a controlled substance and OWI second offense, which I was convicted of in 2011. At this time, I had an addiction to heroin, which had started several years prior. On the date of the offense, I was driving to Waukesha County Jail to visit my boyfriend at the time. I had been using that day and had the drugs and paraphernalia on me. I was pulled over and after someone had called in that I was swerving. My car was searched and the drugs were found, resulting in the possession and OWI charges. I was originally sentenced to 90 days in jail and 2 years of probation. However, during my probation, I had a relapse which led to my revocation. At my revocation hearing, I was sentenced to 18 months in prison with 18 months of extended supervision. I was also given the opportunity to complete a drug rehabilitation program while I was incarcerated, which allowed me to be released early. Getting sentenced to prison time was rock bottom for me. I come from a good family. I was raised Christian. And prior to drugs, I was a straight A student. I never imagined my life would end up where it did. It was at this point in my life, I finally started making the changes needed to end my cycle of addiction and turn my life around. Upon completion of the drug rehabilitation program, I was released in December of 2013. I initially worked for my dad in the real estate business, saving up money and paying off debt to go back to school. I stayed away from the then ex-boyfriend and other so-called friends who I knew were not good influences in my recovery. I never used drugs again after this point. In the years since, I've completely turned my life around, going back to school, becoming a CPA, and having a successful career, spending more time with family, and turning back to my Christian roots and getting actively involved in my church and my relationship with Christ. Today, I'm a mother of 2 girls, 20 months and 1 month, and I've been happily married for 2.5 years. I currently work as an accounting manager at a large company in Milwaukee, and I've been a licensed CPA since 2020. Over the past several years, I have been actively involved in my community, including through my church, where I have served on our greeting and compassion teams, and through various volunteer organizations. I am seeking a pardon today for a couple of different reasons. The first is for professional and career reasons. While I've been given many professional opportunities in spite of my conviction, I have also lost out on some opportunities and have decided not to continue to pursue others as a result of my conviction. I had a job offer rescinded in 2021 when a background check was performed as part of the hiring process, and I have started to pursue certifications, which I later decided not to follow through on, as I knew my conviction would likely be a barrier. While I know a pardon doesn't erase the conviction, having a pardon, I believe, would give employers additional confidence in their decision to hire or promote me, and licensing boards additional confidence in their decision to grant me a professional license. The second reason is due to the restriction of possessing firearms as a felon. While I have never owned, possessed, or have had a desire to possess a firearm, I have family who owns firearms, and I don't want there to ever be a legal issue with me being around them, even if I'm not physically possessing them. In summary, I believe I should receive a pardon today, as I have made significant changes in my life since my conviction from 13 years ago. I have not had any subsequent criminal convictions. I have not used drugs since the relapse that led to my revocation. I've had significant personal development and growth, and I regularly contribute to my community through serving and volunteer work. I just want to say thank you today for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Teller. Questions from the board? Ms. Laura, I have just one for you. You disclosed a first OWI from 2009. Were you on substances or was that alcohol related?
That was substances. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board? All right, thanks, Ms. Teller. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christopher Schneider. Mr. Schneider.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. First off, I would like to say thank you for the members of the board, the opportunity to be here. Start off with my offenses. I had over 10 years ago, I was convicted of 2 felonies. One was for a small amount of heroin. The other was for residue of heroin. That was over 10 years ago. I was in a very dark place at that time, made very poor decisions, including people I hung out with. Got into a dark spiral with substances, and I did serve time. How my sentence went, it wasn't good by any means, but I did utilize that time to rehabilitate myself. I did seek treatment therein and thereafter, and continued on for months and months afterwards just to make sure I had it. I'm gonna say nipped in the butt, but since then, what have I done? Really focused on my career a lot. I started doing energy. Well, started off as a mechanic at this current place I'm working at for the past 7 years as a mechanic. I do now. Well, I went to, and so excuse me, I'm extremely nervous. I'm trying to get it out here. Then was promoted to energy systems, and I got schooling for that, for steam boiler and ammonia refrigeration. I'm also the first responder for their first aid trained and CPR trained. I now do energy systems for their, but I'm also in electrical school to be an electrician, and eventually I would like to travel, but do something more than just electricity with my electrical degree. Yeah, eventually. So, I suppose I'm asking for a pardon because I would like to move forward with without some of the barriers I've seen and dealt with applying at places and even working at places, seeing, you know, can't get to certain spots, it feels like, but I think with a pardon, I think I would be able to do a lot greater things with the knowledge that I have and the skills and things I possess. So, yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Questions from the board? Eric?
Good morning, Mr. Schneider. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I just had one question. In your application, you talked about attending AA and NA. Is that something you're currently involved in, or was that in the past?
That was mostly in the past. For the first several years after my incarceration, and thereon throughout, even I think probation thereafter, I did it was the first few years, I believe, but no longer anymore going to AA or NA.
All right, thank you.
Cindy?
Yes, good morning. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I'm really sorry that's happened. I did submit, I think, close to 20 I had help with I had paid somebody to help me fill out my application, and I have a certified letter from sending in all of my letters of recommendation. If that is not on your end, I can dig those up and get them to you by the end of this meeting, most likely. I'm so I didn't realize they weren't sent to you. I did ask the question when I got a letter from about this meeting. I did send an email back asking, how can I check my application status And how can I update it? Because I think I have 2 letters of recommendation that I did not get to submit out of close to 20 of them. So
I'll
I'm
defer
really
to the
sorry about
chair
it.
here. That's all right. I'll defer to the chair on how we.
Yeah, Mr. Schneider, if you have copies, we would love for you to submit those by email. We'll also have someone on staff reach out to your application preparer. Because if they have those should have come in. So we'll check on that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Mr. Schneider. Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
you speaking with us this morning.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Oliver Edwards. Mr. Edwards?
Good morning. Good morning, board. My name is Oliver Edwards. I would like to start out by saying thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to speak today regarding what I was charged with and what I've done with my life since then. I was charged back about 24 years ago with party to a crime and intent to deliver marijuana. You know, a decision that completely changed my life since then. Um, you know, at that time, you know, I was trying to start a business and trying to figure out again funds and for my construction business. And I guess with a newborn, I just got desperate, and a friend of mine came in and asked me, would I pick up this to make some quick money? And I thought it was the best opportunity to do at the time because I needed uh, money to start my business because I couldn't get a business loan and things like that. And just happened to be that was one of the worst decisions I've made, and didn't realize how much it would change my life completely since then. Um, I was charged, I was caught picking up um, the marijuana, and then also charged with trying to deliver it and drop it off. Uh, I was sentenced to I think, roughly 9 months in jail for that. I pay off my restitution for that, and ever since then I went back to school and become a financial planner. And got a job with MetLife, and they were paying for me to continue my education. But the record came up basically that I was a felon, and I was released from that job at that time, and I continue working, seek other employment. I used that opportunity, the certificate that I had to become an insurance salesman at the time, but I was limited again with that because of my conviction. Same thing, I went to school, I could be a real estate agent. I've done real estate also. Before that, I stepped back out and started doing construction work and started my own construction business. Exactly what I pretty much got in trouble with for, and had the opportunity to deem from that and work as a run my business, construction business, for about 5 years with over 10 employees before I found the love that I wanted to do, which is cooking, because I come from a family that cook with Jamaican food. So in 2012, I had opportunity to venture off in that and started a Jamaican restaurant with my family, and that restaurant been successful in the city of Milwaukee. That it given opportunity for many people that I enjoy in the city. That with that saying that it allowed me to mentor kids and adults and people who made mistakes. I've found them jobs and opportunity because I knew how hard it was to go out and try to get a job out there with that looming over there. So, you know, I've employed a lot of people who live a second chance I was, and teach them, even though you make mistakes, there's certain things you can do in life to better yourself and your community. And recently I purchased a building downtown where I'm planning on expanding the restaurant now and employ more people in the community. That's basically it.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. We'll open it up to questions from board members. Cindy.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Edwards. You heard me probably ask the previous applicant, but you also did not
Yeah.
submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
Oh yeah, I submitted a letter. I thought you guys received it. I've submitted letters from my bishop and my lieutenant friends, things like that. I've definitely submitted letters.
Mr. Edwards, did you have help preparing your pardon application?
Yes, I did have help. That's why I assumed that was submitted. The letters I gave to the person that had to help me
And was
submitted.
was the person helping you, was this like an attorney that you paid, or did you pay someone to help you?
I had paid someone to help me that specialized in that.
Okay.
So I never was told that those letters that I submitted wasn't, submitted to you guys. I just assumed that it was.
Yeah, we'll try to pull up the information about your preparer, Mr. Edwards, and reach out to them. As I told the previous applicant, if you do have copies and want to submit them by email, yet today we can take a look at those, but we'll follow up with the person listed on your application.
Okay, I would definitely do that.
Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. Looks like in 2015, you had a misdemeanor domestic violence case of some sort. What was that about?
Yes. I was married at the time. We were married for over 20 years. I had issue or problem, argument and things like that. And in fact, I had called the police to de-escalate the situation. Basically leave and I called. So I guess at that time the police officer didn't believe that the situation that I was basically trying to de-escalate the situation because my ex-wife at the time was intoxicated and making certain claims against me and things like that. And it's things that I've gone through in the past so I was arrested, even though there was none, and they ended up dropping it against me eventually, because I was trying to explain to him that that I was calling to escalate the argument because our kids was there.
So you weren't convicted of anything?
No. They eventually dropped the charge, and the officer did eventually apologize to me regarding it.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Jerry.
The district attorney's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for pardon, and they support it. How does that make you feel?
It definitely made me feel wonderful because I've worked hard. I work hard especially in the city of Milwaukee, especially speaking with youths and people who make mistakes, and let them know that use myself as an example to them of what you can accomplish, and mentoring kids and even adults also, letting them know that you can have opportunity to do a lot of things. And so it's a lot of people in the city that I work with, and I appreciate that they respect me and what I've done for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Edwards, just to follow up on the letters issue, we don't have a preparer noted on your application. Is there someone that you would like us to reach out to?
Yes, if you like it, I can I have the letters them that I submitted to her. I can, if there's a email or things that I could send it to, I could definitely have those letters sent to you guys.
Yeah, you can feel free to send them to the email that reached out to you about scheduling today's hearing. If you can tell us who your preparer is, though, we will also reach out to them and remind them of the importance of us receiving all the materials. Was
Okay.
it an
Yeah.
organization or just like a friend of yours?
No, it was a young lady that says it's called Clean Slate.
Okay.
She's so she basically worked with a lot of people who are looking to be pardoned. The name of the business was Clean Slate.
Okay, we'll do some follow-up there. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
And I don't think we have any other
Appreciate it.
questions for you. So appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our next applicant is Tessa Tapuria. Ms. Tapuria?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and board members. How are you? I'm going to read this verbatim. So, good morning again. My name is Tessa Tapuria, formerly Tessa Pierce. Thank you for allowing me to share my journey. I come before you with complete transparency about my past criminogenic thinking and harmful choices, and with equal transparency about the work I've done since. I am here to not to erase my past, but to acknowledge it and to demonstrate growth and to explain why I'm seeking a pardon. I regret the doors my record closed in a world already difficult for marginalized people. At the same time, I caused it. I recognize that incarceration interrupted the trajectory that could have ended up in a life of despair or even death. Incarceration opened the door to my transformation. My offenses and how it went. Well, as a young woman living with addiction and trauma, my choices caught up with me in 2003 and 2005. I was convicted of manufacturing and delivering cocaine, a Class G felony, and related counts that were dismissed and read in were injury by negligent use of a weapon, explosive, battery, substantial bodily harm. Again, these were dismissed and read in for consideration. Additional high-risk behavior. OWI 2009, my second. 2013, operating with a PAC, third, and OWI. And then 2014, operating while revoked. I did live in Hawaii for about 7 years, so I do have two things that were dismissed with prejudice, and that's accidentally striking unattended a vehicle, and delinquent tax, no current safety check, and using a mobile device. I did all of that. I completed my sentence in supervision, treatment, supervision fines, and all court requirements in both states. At Tachita Correctional Institution, I took college courses and refused to let past mistakes define me. Recovery included relapse and recommitment, but sustained effort and support produced genuine healing and a new chapter. What I've done since I finished my sentence, I earned a AA in Human Services, focusing on AODA, Waukesha County Technical College, BA Human Services, Ottawa University, MS in Addiction Counseling, Ottawa University, and I'm currently dual programming as clinical mental health and marriage and family therapy at the University of Superior, with my MSED to be conferred May 2026. Credentials and licensing. I'm currently a Nebraska Judicial Court provider for substance use counseling. I'm licensed in a state of Nebraska as a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, Kansas as a licensed master addiction counselor, Wisconsin as a clinical supervisor in training. I am also a clinical substance abuse counselor, internationally certified alcohol and drug counselor, and I am a SAP professional who works in the interest of the public safety with the Federal Aviation, Federal Transit Authority, Authority, Federal Train Authority, Pipelines and Hazardous Materials, and the United States Coast Guard. In addition, I am a certified clinical trauma professional, and I am an infant mental health endorsed associate. Professional and community leadership. I'm the founder and owner of Quality Care Preference, which is a full-service outpatient substance abuse counseling agency, as well as Respite Relief Solutions here in Milwaukee, where we target our target population are unpaid and paid caregivers, wellness. I do develop policies in line with DHS codes, both for the Nebraska administrative codes and Wisconsin codes. And these policies has helped to open up other and scale agencies so that we can provide services. Right now, we provide services in 10 counties, southeastern Wisconsin and in northern Wisconsin, to provide caregiver support, respite services, personal care, non-emergency transportation, and so on. I have also created a program, 18th month quality of life reentry program that supports returning citizens, helping recently just helping an individual who was released who had stayed in 5 extra years because of lack of housing or anyone that would house them. So I collaborated with a realtor who now allows me to place hard to place individuals. I'm currently working on 2 special bulletin clients to try to get them placed in back into the community. And those supports go for 18 months. The first month is intensive, which is 3 times weekly. Second month, once a month. And then the following months is follow-up. So I'm currently been invited to be president of the board for Darjoon Foundation over in Marathon County, who just moved from Brown County. They do sober housing and emergency recovery coaching. I am the co-founder of Joyful Souls Arising, Women's Jail Outreach and Peer Support. I'm a grant partner right now, and just yesterday we moved forward with our wellness initiative, which targets judicial court individuals as well as first responders and laymen for wellness initiatives, caregiver trauma, wellness, and resilience. Community outreach, just to place a face on what transformation really looks like for me. I speak to, in the past, I've spoke with Carroll College's criminal justice program, as well as Waukesha County Technical Colleges, to show that, people make mistakes and change is possible. I've also partnered with over 100 organizations nationwide, and this is to serve the community. I've supported more than 1,000 clients in finding treatment, housing, and employment, as well as support for substance abuse and mental health. Prior roles, case manager, senior reentry specialist at Goodwill Hawaii, veteran in transition, lead intake worker, Medical Respite Institute of Human Services, substance abuse, and I don't know how I am on time, but I have about 2 paragraphs to go.
Ms. Deborah, I understand there's a lot in your application, a lot in your resume that you've done since.
Yes.
But at this point, let's just open it up to questions and see what
cool.
the board has for you.
Okay, would you mind? Yeah, that'd be great. I just had 1 paragraph that I thought would be important.
If there's one thing you want to mention, just go ahead, and then we'll open up for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for your grace. My life today is about giving back, mentoring women returning from prison, guiding new clinicians, and building programs that help keep families together. A partner would not only not change who I am, but it will remove the last wall between me and the full reach of the work that I am meant to do.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Good morning. In 2013, you had your 3rd OWI.
Yes.
Was that alcohol or was that a substance abuse?
It was alcohol, sir.
And are you sober now?
I have actually been in recovery for the past 8 years. I've been working on it for 20.
Okay.
And that includes weekends, holidays, birthdays, everything. I've been sober. I am a part of the home group, Black Experience Hawaii.
Okay.
I
And,
actually have my badges on right now.
good for you. The Hawaii charge in 2018 for striking an unattended vehicle, was that alcohol involved?
No, sir. No, sir. That was just lack of mindfulness. And that I paid the fees, and actually they dismissed that
Okay.
with, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it. Thank you, Ms. Debria. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you. Our next applicant is John Frotterman. Mr. Frotterman? Mr. Frotterman, is that you? We've got a different name on your Zoom thing and you're muted, but it does look like you're speaking. Okay, you're still muted, but I'm getting that I think it's your wife's name. So we can work on renaming you if you can work on getting unmuted.
I unmuted it right now. You just sent me something and I got it.
Perfect. Okay. And before you start, Mr. Frotterman, I'm just going to note one of our board members, Eric, is recusing himself from your case. So if you see him go off camera and not asking questions, that's why. But we can hear you, so we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Mine's a little bit different than everybody's, although I will say listening to all the people prior to me has really been kind of inspiring. It's nice to hear that I'm not alone. Mine started off, I was arrested in 1971, which is a half a century ago. It was in 1970. I was a freshman at the University of Stevens Point, and just a dumb kid. I was very naive, very sheltered, first time away from home. And it was, peace, love, drugs, man, far out and groovy and all. That was me. Long hair, rebellious. And I started smoking marijuana, taking LSD, getting in tune, man. And I guess I developed a reputation as a drug user in my dorm. And a state narcotics agent came around. There was a DA in Stevens Point. I can't remember his name, but he rounded up all the drug dealers in Stevens Point and me, because I never sold drugs in my life. I was unlucky enough to be caught by this DEA agent. All I did really was take him to a house where a friend of mine who sold drugs, he said, "I'll take anything." I was so stupid. I should have realized this was a setup. Anyways, I got some marijuana and some LSD tablets for him, and that's it. And then that was my freshman year. My sophomore year, the first week in school, suddenly 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, all these police officers are at the dorm door and they arrested me. I was sent into the Stevens Point city jail with like 7 or 8 dealers that I didn't have any idea who they were. They were like, "Who are you?" And I was like, I'm a student at the college. They were all what we called then townies. So I was charged. I should have gotten my own lawyer. We all chipped in. My dad helped me there. And we all got one lawyer for everybody, which was a terrible, terrible idea. Anyways, I was found guilty. I pleaded guilty. And I was, I don't even know what the charges were, selling a controlled substance, even though I was just like the middleman. And I'm not trying to minimize. I was using drugs. I did take him there. I helped him to procure illegal substances. I was sentenced to, I think, 2 years probation I never went to jail, although I spent like a weekend in jail before my dad could get me bailed out. It was a very, very sobering lesson. But it was a long time ago. And after that, I, went on, got my degree. I was a teacher from 1976 until 1996, 20 years a teacher. At the end of that period, went through a bad divorce. I kind of bounced around, selling some cars, doing something else. And then I met a lovely woman who I fell in love with, got married, and she helped me to get a job. She was in the care business for seniors. She was an administrator for a large nursing home in Brookfield. She helped me to get a job through her boss as the director of a CBRF, which is a community-based residential facility. It was a 20-bed unit, and I was the director. And through the years, my wife and I married. We bought the place. It was called Park Hills West. We ran it for 17 years, helping seniors. I was arrested twice more over the years, but never a felony, always for dumb stuff. But I've been clean and sober, happy, living a great life for the past 30 years. And this whole thing of being a felon, my wife told me I was not a felon because she had to do a required 2-year background check on me. And this was so old, I guess, that my records weren't even, they were kept in a different building. They were like still on paper. They weren't even on a computer. So they had a hard time finding my records, according to my attorney. And it just bothers me. My son recently has been married. I'm hoping I'm going to be a grandfather. I'm 73 years old. I live a great life. My wife and I travel. We're retired for 5-6 years now. I'm active. I'm healthy. I'm happy. I just want the stigma removed. It really bothers me. I felt so good when she told me, no, there is absolutely no record of you being a felon. So when I found out that I was, after we sold the business and been retired, and then when Andrew got married, I just said, I'm going to hire an attorney. This is just really bothering me. And that's my story.
Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. We'll open up to questions from the board members. Jerry?
The judge in Portage County who reviewed your case supports your application for a pardon, even though he was 6 months old when you got your case.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but you had a very effective letter from a woman who was one of your 6th grade students.
Doreen.
Yeah, and she says, your influence on her, I've carried that with me now for over 30 years. I don't doubt that I am where I am today because of him. I think of those days often and hope he knows how much of an impact he had on my life and a lot of other kids. How does that make you feel?
I have tears in my eyes. Makes me feel great.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Good morning, sir. This felony you were 19 years old, 1971, long time ago. And then I was a little confused because in your application for question 11, you wrote that you had no record aside from this incident, but you've referenced the 2 other.
Yes.
That
I meant no felonies.
right. So let me,
have 2 misdemeanors.
sure, and that's a record.
Yes.
So let me ask you about those, because those
Okay.
happened, 25 years after this. You're about 45 years old now.
Yep.
What was the pharmacy violation?
I signed out a bottle of codeinated cough syrup, and I did it more than once, and there was a sweep in the area, and I got called in by the Waukesha Police Department. I was never charged with anything, and after just being talked to and they took my information, that's the last I heard of it. I did go to somebody in my church, Elmbrook Church, who was a paralegal, and she went and talked to somebody, and she just said, "It's over, John. Just, keep yourself out of trouble."
Okay, and then you had, you were convicted of possession of a controlled substance in 1997. What was that?
That was at the end of my second marriage. I had married a younger woman with 3 children, and it was more than I could handle. I was very stressed out. I was also really stressed out from teaching. We had a very young staff when I first started, and we kind of grew up together. And I was always that teacher that was real popular with the kids. I still am in contact with several of my students. We're friends. And I just would go into the teacher's lounge and just hear everybody bitching. And I just grew to hate going to work. And then the stress with the marriage, and I did a really dumb thing, and I totally will admit it. I had master keys because I used to bring the kids in on the weekend and play basketball with them Saturday night, Friday night sometimes, or Saturday morning sometimes. And I went into the nurse's office and I stole some Ritalin for kids who have, I forget what it's for. I'm nervous now. But anyways, they caught me. I readily admitted it. First I said, no, I didn't do it. But the cop, who was a friend of mine, like I said, I knew everybody. He said, John, you're the world's worst liar.
Thank you.
So that's it. Always dumb, always hurting me.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Frodman. I think that covers it. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, next up we have James Gladney. Mr. Gladney.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'll try to be really brief. A brief summary of my offense. I was charged in 2002 with conspiracy with intent to deliver a controlled substance. The sentence was 1 year county time with 6 years prison time stayed. So I served the 1 year, was released. I served 2 years of probation, and then I was revoked. So I had to serve the remainder of the 6 year sentence. I was released in 2011 and completed probation. Also, while I was incarcerated initially on the 1 year jail time, I was charged with a battery. So I ended up being sentenced for that after I was released for the 1 year. So those are my 2 convictions. And obviously I'm seeking pardon for the felony. Number 2, what I've done so far is I moved to Texas. So I'm right in North Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth area. I work closely with the lending industry here. So I help people with credit issues be able to qualify for mortgages. Also an author. And as far as in the community, I work with a local youth football team. I'm also a member of a local church. We form outreach. And number three, why I think that I should receive a pardon is that um, since I've been released, I've had one speeding ticket, and a couple years ago, that's it. And I'd like to pursue opportunities career-wise in the lending industry. And Texas laws are that can hinder you certain aspects. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. We'll open up to questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Who was good morning, sir. In the 2004 battery case that you got a conviction for, who was the victim in that? Not the
It
name.
was another guy.
Was it a friend or was it a partner?
No, this was another inmate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was serving the year of county time, and we had a fight. I won, so I had to take the case. I won the fight, so that was the punishment.
All right. And
It was just
you were revoked. You originally got probation with a year in the county jail, but then were you revoked?
yeah, I wasn't revoked for that though, surprisingly.
That's what I was going to ask you. What were you revoked for?
So I was revoked for allegations in 2006. So I was charged with wow. I think I was charged with a misdemeanor battery and it was dropped. But the allegations were enough to get me revoked.
Even though they dropped the charges?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Cindy?
Hi. Two questions. So I think you listed in your application you're self-employed. Are you still, and what exactly do you do?
Yes. So basically, people who are trying to get a home loan oftentimes have minor credit issues. So what I do is I just help them to correct errors or remove inaccuracies or negatives on their credit report, just to give them that boost that they'll be able to get the best interest rate and best terms on their loan. So that's what I do. Like I said, I wrote a couple of books about it. They're on Amazon. One is called The Money Book. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing. I just work closely with
So do you charge
lenders.
for that service? You have a company? How does that work?
Yeah, I have a company for that.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I have a team offshore, Dominican Republic, because we deal with a lot of Spanish speaking clientele. So I have bilingual staff to help me with that. Yeah, so that's what eventually brought me to Texas. I work with a lot of lenders, a lot of real estate professionals around Texas.
Okay. My second question, although it's strongly encouraged, you didn't submit any letters of support with your application. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I completely forgot. And I heard you saying the same thing to other people. It was me who submitted the application. So yeah, I don't know if I have time to but I just completely forgot with the application.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Back to what happened in 2006. It looks like you were originally charged with felony child abuse. What
Oh,
was that all about?
yeah, it was basically it was a situation. I'm just trying to think back. It was 20 years ago. It was a situation. The person who called the police on me was 17. So the person called the police and created a story and then never came to court because obviously it was fabricated. So person called in saying that I did something. They were injured from something else, but they tried to create a story and to say that I had something to do with it. Yeah, so the charge they never came to court. It was dropped right away. So,
So
but that was enough.
So that, I mean, that was enough to get you revoked?
Oh yeah, in Milwaukee, it doesn't take much. I don't know how it is now, obviously, but back then you could call in from another county and say, "Hey, I just saw Mr. Gladney out here and he yelled." That's enough well, back then that was enough to bring you in while they investigate. So yeah, the charge came up, dropped right away, but that was enough to get me revoked for
And
did the 5 years.
you got revoked for 5 years on a false allegation.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a lot of people that was happening to around that time. It's just what the laws were.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it, Mr. Gladney. I appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dawn Vascule. Miss Vascule, or perhaps you can tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Actually, you're right, spot on, Vasquez.
Oh, great. Thank you. We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here today to ask kindly for a pardon from a 1996 conviction of theft. In my early 20s, I fell into the trap of applying for each and every credit card that was offered to me. While most of them didn't have a large credit limit, by the time I was 25, I had at least 15 credit cards all maxed out to their limit. I was over my head making payments just to interest. I was overwhelmed with all the payments, wondering how I was going to get out of the debt. Well, I knew it was not right, not the way I was brought up, and how embarrassed it would be if I got caught. I felt at the time that was the only thing to help me. I was embarrassed, didn't want to ask my parents for help. And while I was taking money from my employer, I felt guilty when I did it. I felt the sense of relief once it all came out. While this was almost 30 years ago, I still feel ashamed at what I did. I was sentenced to 90 days in the House of Correction with work privileges, 4 years of probation, and to pay $6,000 in restitution. I reported to the House of Correction in January of 1997. Approximately halfway through my 90 days, I was given house arrest due to good behavior for the remainder of my time. During this time, I continued to maintain a full-time position as well as a part-time job and paid my fees required for the stay at the House of Correction and my house arrest. I paid all restitution and was released from probation in January of 2021. I had no issues with any of the 4 years while I was on probation. Since that time, I've had no police contact with the exception of maybe a few speeding tickets a long time ago. While I was on probation, I was the co-owner of a business for 5 years. Over the last 18 years, I've always maintained full-time employment. I was at my last job for 18 years, in which I was highly respected by my peers and managers and had tremendous growth. Due to the pandemic, my sales team was laid off. This was one of the first times I was unemployed. I'm the mom of 2 amazing kids, 21 and 20, and I'm a stepmom to a bonus daughter who's 19, which I've been in her life since she's been 1. I dated my husband for 13 years before we officially got married in 2020, joining our family together. I'm a homeowner of 2 homes, one here in Milwaukee County, as well as another in Adams County, town of Rome, which is our favorite place to be. We call it our happy place. Family is very important to me, and we spend a lot of time at that home, making a lot of memories. Through the years, I've been very active in my community, volunteering at my kids' school when they were younger, participating in events with the American Cancer Society in honor of my mom, events within my church, food drives, and the rescue mission preparing meals and serving dinner to the homeless. Recently, within the last few months, I became primary caregiver to my 87-year-old dad, who moved in with me, newly diagnosed with dementia. This is a horrible disease, and I'm in the process of researching ways to volunteer and give back to those with dementia and Alzheimer's. I'm always looking for new ways to volunteer and give back to the community. Currently, I'm employed for the past 5 years, and I absolutely love what I do. This is one of the reasons why I'm asking for a pardon due to my poor judgment 30 years ago, as it's hindering my career advancement. The first 2 years of my employment, I had tremendous growth and advancements. However, due to new guidelines within certain parts of those business, those with felony convictions are not able to work in that area. Due to being highly recommended by my manager at the time, rather than letting me go, I was able to interview with my current manager and was able to move to a different part of the business. While I do enjoy where I am currently, it's not where I thrive. I belong coaching and mentoring new hires to be successful and advance not only within themselves, but within their career. Coaching and mentoring is very rewarding, seeing others succeed. There's nothing better than seeing them climb the ladder of success. This pardon will also assist me in my own career growth and advancement. I feel I have proven I'm a great contributor to society since my conviction and would like to finally put this in the rearview mirror. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate each and every one of you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Ms. Fosco. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, good morning. So you told us that it was kind of a relief when you got caught. I noticed you pled not guilty, took it to a jury trial, which you have every right to do. I'm just wondering when you started to take responsibility.
So that not guilty was advised of my attorney at the time. I knew I was guilty the whole time. I was ashamed. I'm an only child. I was very embarrassed and ashamed because my parents didn't raise me that way. And I was young and I didn't know what to do. I'd never been in trouble before. And I wanted to accept responsibility and take what was given to me and pay my debt and do what I needed to do to put it in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Connors.
When did you pay the restitution back?
I paid it during the 4 years that I was on probation.
Because according to our records, and I don't, they sometimes can be wrong, but according to the Department of Corrections records, you still owed $4,400 at the time of your discharge. Now, that might have been converted to a civil judgment, but so is it your belief that you paid it all before then?
Yes.
And earlier you said you got, I'm sure you misspoke. I think you said you got off probation in 2021. Did you mean 2001?
I'm sorry, 2001, yes. January, it was almost exactly 4 years, January 2001, sorry.
Okay. You have a letter of support from Mr. Reese.
Yes.
He says that you were laid off from Arena Americas because of COVID.
Yes.
But in your application, you said that you got let go from there because of your conviction.
Oh, I was let go in March of 2020 due to COVID.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
The school you worked at, was that Milwaukee Public School?
Yes.
And the district attorney's office in Milwaukee County, who reviewed your application, supports your application for pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
I feel blessed. I feel really blessed that someone believes in me, and seeing that I don't have any other police contact. I've paid my debt, and I'm just ready for the next steps in my career advancement. And this is hindering me, so I hope that I'm able to move on with this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. Fosco. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And then our last applicant of the first morning session is Oscar Rush. Mr. Rush. Oh, you're muted.
How about that?
Perfect.
Okay, my name is Oscar Rush. I appreciate everybody that want to listen to my story here. The first off is I did 2 crimes, one in 86, one in 1990, the one in 86. Yes, it was a friend involved with me. I was young, he was young. We had problems with drinking. And that was the only thing we did was just drink. So we had got some stupid notion to go into some security company and take a microwave, but in the process, one of the guys got injured in the inside. So, the police come to your house, pick you up and take you to jail. And so as the court proceedings went on, I just pleaded guilty because I know, if I'm drinking, I know I did it. So my other partner, he kept pleading not guilty. And I'm like, look, man, we did it. So, let's take the consequences. So I guess he went on his way. I went on mine. They sentenced me to about, I believe, 1 year or 2 years in the house correction. I had no problems with anyone. I don't even think I went on probation for any of this stuff here. Yes, I did the crime. I did the time. I paid all restitutions. With the second one, it was just me by myself, and that was in 1990. And that was felon in possession of a firearm. And I don't know, every time I drank, it was like, here I go again, same dumb stuff. I don't even know why I was there at this place, apartment. I think it had something to do with my girlfriend or something like that, but went through the same thing, pleading guilty, doing the time. I had no problem doing the time because, I was on a work release. I went to work third shift, so paid to stay in jail at the House of Correction. I've never been to prison a day in my life. I don't have any other criminal records other than these 2 felonies that I have right now that are really hindering me from doing something. And then you'll probably ask, hey, well, did you see an alcohol counselor or a drug counselor? No, I didn't see any of that. What I did is I took responsibility for myself. I had a meeting with myself, and I'm like, hey, things are not going right here. If you ever want something in life, you're going to have to sit up there and leave the drinking alone. Stop the drinking. Haven't had a drink since 1990. Now, I don't have any proof from anyone other than God. And I'm pretty sure he'll sign off on me, but you won't get anything from it, but I will. So after these cases here, I don't have no more felonies, no more criminal, nothing. Everything happened in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I left some of the friends alone. This one person I was talking about in particular, that was my friend, we went in this security place, rest in peace to him. He's not here anymore, but I am. So I would like to set a good example. What's my biggest problem now is jobs, trying to hold a job. And then they find out, oh, well, you have these felonies, and then you get fired. So that's my biggest portion. And like I said, this stuff is like, you're talking 40 years and 39 years. I thought after so long it would disappear, like, on driving records, you have 5 years, they disappear. I thought that was the case, but it wasn't. So what it is that I want to be a truck driver at the post office, but you know, you can't have these felonies about being a truck driver. So I would like to get these, try to get these cleared up off me. You know, it's not stopping me from doing anything else. What keeps me busy is my mother and my niece. My mother has dementia, and I take care of her every day. Me, myself, with income, I'm on Social Security disability, but it's about time for me to get back out there on that workforce. So that's the only thing hindering me is these felons. I don't have too much to say because, I mean, I haven't did anything else other than just try to, you know, provide a nice home living. And that's about all of the things I did. And like I said, I'm just trying to get a good job, live like everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Let's open up to see if board members have questions for you. Judge Kremers.
Well, can you tell me where you've worked since 2005? The last 20 years, have you had a job?
Boy. I worked at Lakeside, and that was in 2003. It was a Lakeside trucking firm. And I worked there for a little while until they found out the felonies, and then it was bye-bye.
But I'm wondering, because you don't have anything listed on your application after 2005 for a job. The last 20 years. Is Lakeside the place you've worked?
Yeah, that was, I mean, I worked at Lakeside. I worked at some odd and end jobs, but nothing that I would call a job to put down on. You know, it didn't have benefits or didn't have anything.
Okay. And it also looks like from our records that you had a number of domestic violence related arrests and convictions in the 90s, as late as 1994. What was going on? Who was that with?
It was me and my girlfriend, but she became my wife sooner or later. So as we started going through the relationship, I found out that she was seeing someone. So I kind of like broke it off, and she'll run down there and holler domestic violence for, you know, stuff like that. So that's it.
But you were convicted of at least a couple of times.
Yeah, I was convicted, but I never did anything to her. She just made up some stuff. You know, a lot of people make up stuff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Rush, how long have you been on disability?
Since 2014.
Okay. And the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel great. It makes me feel like I'm going to another higher level in my life that I missed out on all these years.
Okay.
So it makes me feel really great.
Okay, but you understand it'll be the governor that makes the final decision.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank
Other
you.
questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rush. Appreciate your time with the board today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
So Mr. Rush was our last scheduled applicant for the first morning session. We do have a second morning session scheduled to start at 10 a.m. We are gonna pick back up, I'll ask board members to be back right before 10, but we'll pick up then in order to stay compliant with open meetings notices. So in the meantime, everyone can feel free to take a short break. Just remember that live stream is gonna continue. So if you need to mute yourself, turn off your camera, please do that.
I'm not sure if this is the proper way to do this, but I
Do you have
did
a question,
come
Mr.
across
Schneider?
all of. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was saying, I'm not sure if this is the proper way to place to do this, but I do have all of the letters of recommendations, about 18 of them.
Yeah, are you
Um,
able to just send them by email?
How can I do it?
So you should have received an email about scheduling today's hearing from Gov Pardons at wisconsin.gov. Do you have
Okay.
that email?
Yes.
Okay, you can just reply right there.
Okay, right on. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
To turn the audio
Good morning, everyone. If you are an applicant in our second morning session, we will get started very shortly. We're scheduled to start hearing from you at 10 o'clock. And in the meantime, I will just introduce my fellow board members and do a little bit of housekeeping about how this morning's hearing will work. And then we will get started hearing from all of you. So my name is Mel Barnes. I am Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. My fellow board members with us today include Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation Services on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as a deputy secretary under the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is A.G. Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility. I will go through just a couple of housekeeping notes and we will get started hearing from all of you. First is just to remember that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we will ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. If you have any tech issues with the Zoom, don't worry, someone from our team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. We need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating. We can always do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks listed in the order listed in the agenda and the open meetings notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of that speaking to the questions you were sent in advance. As a reminder, those are to give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking the pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, employment, community involvement, how your life is different now. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. After you spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if the board does or doesn't have questions. We've already spent quite a lot of time with your application materials, so sometimes everything is covered there. Once you have answered any follow-up questions the board may have, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once all of our applicants have been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. So we thank you for being patient. I know it's been a long time just to get to the hearing, but we need just a little bit more time to make those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our second set of morning applicants. And first up, we have Chantal Weston. Ms. Weston?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you want me to read off?
We just want you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions we sent you in advance. If you've got something written prepared, that's perfectly fine to read.
What have I been doing since it happened? I helped out, gave out backpacks, fed the homeless. I've been abiding to the citizen. I also talked to other kids about the crime I committed to keep them on the right path. I am sorry for the crime I committed. I was a single mother. It was very hard. I've been a federal employee for 21 years. and further my career is trying to get this pardon off of my record.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. And before we open up further questions, could you spend just a little bit of time speaking to the crime that you're seeking a pardon for? What you did?
I'm seeking a pardon for the crime was false identification. I would receive copies of people that worked at the W-2 program. I knew somebody there in the tax office. I would use information to open up fraudulent accounts with other numbers of companies. I used accounts to buy computers, then I would sell them for cash. When I committed this crime, I didn't realize how this act could devastate a person's life and finances. My only concern was making some money for my family. I didn't think about the families that I was hurting, and for that, I am very sorry. I have written letters of apologies, but that can't make up for the damage I did. I made a horrible mistake, and I have not had any police contact in 20 years. Please forgive me for this one and the only huge mistake I made.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members, Judge Kremers.
Good morning, Ms. Weston. Ms.
Good morning.
Weston, it looks like when you were convicted, you were ordered to pay $52,000 in restitution. And when you were discharged from probation, you still owed, and there was a civil judgment entered against you for about $50,000. Is that still, do you still owe that money?
Yes, because the judge is supposed to have been in there that I wasn't gonna be able to pay it all, but I was still paying some while I was in, you know, on probation and stuff. They was, because I had it set up where they was taking it out my checks and stuff. And
Right.
then like back here a couple of years ago, they did take something from me. So I didn't know I still should be paying on it. If I still can pay on it, if I have to, I won't have a problem with that. I will have it set back up where it can come out my check again. But the judge had made it when I got sentenced, saying that she know that's something I would never be able to pay off.
That's true, but the people you stole from are still out the money, right?
Yes, I understand. I do understand. I didn't know because like I said, if I could still have to still pay it, I don't have a problem with still having something taken out of my check to pay it.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy.
Yes, Ms. Weston. First, I really appreciate both in your application and your comments here today, your recognition of the impact on victims. And I think that's really important for applicants to recognize, and I really appreciate your stating that in both forums. So thank you for that. My question is, and you've maybe heard me ask other applicants this, but it's encouraged to submit letters of support for your application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Send what?
Letters of support for your application, friends, family, employers, church,
Oh,
volunteer. It helps us get a picture of who you are today.
oh, I didn't even, you know what, kind of slipped my mind. I apologize because I thought I did send it in, but I thought I did send it in. I'm so sorry. I thought I did send a letter from one of my coworkers or somebody, because I could have did that.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Well, it's helpful for us to.
I know
That
it's
information.
too
Okay.
late now. I know, though, right? I'm sorry.
Jerry.
Ms. Weston, how long are you still working at the VA?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you worked there?
November 14th will be 21 years.
Well, and you said a pardon would help you get a promotion. What job do you have now, and what job would you like to have?
I started off as working in the kitchen. I was working in the kitchen for 3 years. Now I'm in EMS and housekeeping. So I'm trying to go for a supervisor position.
Okay. And the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support from the district attorney make you feel?
Very good. Because it was the district attorney I had was like he never had a person more remorse than me. You know, when I was going back and forth to court and everything, I was so nervous and scared. It was just something I totally regret. Never would do anything again. That's why I've been walking the straight path. Never even thought about doing another crime again.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Whiston, I just wanted to ask one follow-up question about your restitution. You said you were making payments for a while, and then it looks like at some point it was converted to a civil judgment, and at that point you owed about $50,000 still. Have you made payments since then, or do you think that that's about the amount that's still outstanding?
So I didn't ever know I never got anything about that I could still make payments about the civil justice. If I knew I would still make payments, like I said, if I can still make payments, I will still make payments, but I never knew anything about, I just thought once I got off probation and everything, the whole case was closed.
Okay,
So I didn't know how to go about by making any more payments.
That's the last time you made payments. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Anything else from other board members? All right. Thank you, Ms. Weston. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rachel Johnson Negron. Ms. Negron.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry.
Great. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. I don't recall getting an email with the questions. Is it just to confirm, it's just a brief summary of the criminal offense and then what you have done since there, and what's the last question again?
The last question is just a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one.
Okay. So when I was a teenager, I was hanging with the wrong crowd. So I got charged with theft by fraud, party to a crime. And that was the offense. And the sentence was probation. I don't believe it was any restitution because no money was used. But everything, from my knowledge, was successfully completed.
Excuse me, Mel and Ms. Negron, sorry, I meant to say this before. I need to recuse myself on this case because I was the judge in one of her cases, so I'm going to sign out on this one. Sorry.
Absolutely. No problem.
I knew he looked familiar.
All right, Ms. Negron. We'll proceed without the judge then.
Okay, and so that was the sentence. And I was able to get early release of probation because I successfully completed probation without getting in any trouble. So that's the end of the first question, if I answered it correctly.
Great. Go ahead and tell us about what you've done since.
Well, since then, I've been praying to get my life together. And along with prayers, I had a dear friend named Bonnie. She's one of my dear older friends who studied the Bible with me. And the Bible is actually what motivated me to change my life around, to help others, to avoid, to be a good citizen and to avoid, getting in trouble. So I'm a better mother now, a better friend, family member. And I also what I do now is work at the hospital and help patients. And I also help with other people to learn about the Bible so their life could be improved also.
Okay, and the final question is a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one.
We all make mistakes in life, and it's not an excuse for my behavior because all citizens know right from wrong. And so I know what I did was wrong, But I just feel that being a felon over a mistake of not thinking and impulsive behavior should be on my record for the rest of my life, and to be judged based on that. I feel that I have not gotten any trouble in years. In fact, I find people's wallets and stuff now and I turn them in. And so I just feel that I'm a better citizen now, and I'm helping other people to be citizens to avoid crime. And I just feel that my God, Jehovah, has helped me through this journey. And I just hope that and pray that this could be removed from my record, because I just feel like it should not be on there for the rest of my life, because I have been mistreated, judged wrongly based on my past. That is no longer my past.
Thank you. We'll open up to other questions from the board. Eric.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I have two questions for you. The first is about a 2016 case that you included with your application. And while that's obviously not what we're considering for a pardon, I was just wondering if there was anything else about that that you could tell the board.
So that was an altercation that my teenage daughter and I had. I didn't know if you reprimand your child. I was accused of, because I popped her, but then she punched me, and I didn't know it was illegal. That I didn't know children had a self-defense law, put it that way. So we had an altercation regarding grades, running away, and things like that. And me being a single parent was trying to guide and help her, and tried variety of forms of discipline. But at that time, I wouldn't think my daughter would punch me. And we had an altercation, but I got charged for it. But we do have a good relationship now. I did tell her that regardless, I shouldn't, act out of impulse. So we have a good relationship now, but we moved on over that. But that's what happened during that time. In 2000, I want to say it was in 2016. Yep.
All right. Thank you. My other question is that in your application, you talk about volunteering with a shelter for victims and survivors of domestic violence. Was that before or after the 2016 situation?
I want to say both. It was before, because I was in a domestic violence relationship maybe since 2000, early 2000s. So yeah, I would help out, drop off, clothing, use like at Pathfinders, things like that, literature to help people to prevent like suicide, and also domestic violence shelters too.
All right. Thank you.
Cindy.
Just want to follow up on your history as well. So it looks like in 2001, you had found guilty of a misdemeanor fraudulent use of credit card. What were the circumstances there, and why wasn't that a call to you to change your behavior at that point?
Wasn't actually thinking. And what I did with that card was like order food for me and my family. It was like food transactions. And so I just was trying to provide, and just not thinking, just young and dumb. And so really and of course, I've always had ADHD, which is a lot of impulsive behavior. And sadly, it took for me to be an adult to be diagnosed with it, to realize how important to get treatment and to get that help to avoid impulsive behavior. And so that's been helpful for me. But I would say I acted on impulse and being selfish at the time, thinking of just myself. And sadly, that's what happened.
And then it looks like in 2006 you had a temporary restraining order, and then again in 2009. Who was filing those, and what were the circumstances?
It was one filed against me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. 2006, 2009.
Only thing I can think of, because I've been in domestic violence issue, I was filing those against my kid's father. And I want to say he was retaliating, and him, and then I think his girlfriend at the time filed one too.
Okay.
But it never went into, it was just a file. The judge never issued it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
The district attorney's office in Milwaukee County, who reviewed your application for pardon, supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Well, I appreciate it because I feel like it's giving people a second chance, especially when it's like really old. And so I just think it's an opportunity for people to feel better about themselves, and also to not be judged. I think it's a good process of the pardon, and Tony Evers trying to help people to get this removed from their record.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Grown. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Ashley Paul. Ms. Paul?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ashley Paul. In 2013, I was charged with retail theft, party to a crime, and possession of narcotic drugs. Essentially, the incident involved myself and 3 other individuals stealing items from retail stores and exchanging those items for substances. I was 20 years old at that time. I did partake in the incident, and I do take responsibility for the incident. I received 180 days in jail and was offered Huber privileges. I did deny those privileges due to the fact that I was previously incarcerated at the ages of 17 and 18 for substance use and was unsuccessful on Huber. So I wanted to have the most restrictive stay that I could to ensure that I was set to start a new chapter upon my release. When I was released, I was placed on 3 years of supervision, which I did complete successfully without incident in 2016. I began immersing myself in work and was soon able to buy my own vehicle, and I had my own apartment. I had my first child in 2016, and that was the moment that triggered me to want to be an advocate for others. I wanted to show her that you could come back from anything. So with that, while I was on maternity leave, I went back to school and I went back to work full time. I obtained my bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a concentration in human services in 2019 and graduated with a GPA of 3.92. I received 2 awards for high grades that made the dean's list and 1 award for high grades that made the president's list. In 2020, I had my second child and attempted to go back to school for my master's degree. However, I was denied enrollment due to my felonies, which I did confirm with the school. So with that, I did take a break from furthering my education, and I realized that the denial may have been a sign that I should just focus on my newborn son. So I went to work in a factory for a few years, and then when he turned 2, I felt comfortable continuing to move forward. So in 2022, I obtained employment at Taylor County Human Services as a CPS ongoing and youth justice case manager in the Children and Families Unit. Today actually marks my 3-year work anniversary with the agency. I'm on several boards and committees within Taylor County as well, such as the Taylor County Restorative Justice Panel, the Taylor County Suicide Prevention Committee, the Taylor County Drug Opposition Partners, and the Taylor County Youth Diversion Program, which I'm a speaker for. I present a resilience class to youth that have entered the youth justice system, and I teach what resilience is, how to get it, and how to move forward in a stressful situation. I'm certified in first aid and Narcan administration and continue to attend dozens of additional trainings to continue furthering my education. I have two beautiful children, ages 5 and 8, and an incredible significant other. Our family purchased our first house on September 19th, 2025. And I'm also grateful to report that I was issued my social worker and training certificate by the state of Wisconsin on October 14th, 2025. I believe I'm worthy of a pardon due to the fact that I've had no law enforcement contact since 2013. September 23rd, 2025 marked my 12th year in sobriety, so I'm very grateful for that. I would also appreciate the pardon because I continue to work towards licensing, and the pardon would eliminate barriers to licensing and allow me to obtain that in a more timely manner. I believe I'm giving back in the best way I know how to help others not make the same mistakes I did. Because the mistakes that I did make, they did impact society, they did impact my family, and they did cost the community and multiple agencies valuable time, money, and resources. So with that, I'll leave my remaining time open for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Cindy.
Good morning. Congratulations on all you've accomplished,
Thank
including
you.
your sobriety and your work in the sober community. So you're truly giving back. I was impressed with your letters of support, and I'm curious who Miss Holmes is to you. Is she a coworker or a family member or something? I mean, her letter of support.
She's a family member.
She's a family
Yeah,
member.
she is
Okay.
my fiance's mother.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Jerry.
What is your work in Taylor County?
Yes, I work in
Yeah.
Taylor County.
And is it with CPS?
Yes, it's in the Children and Families Unit. Yep, as
Okay.
a CPS ongoing and youth justice case manager.
CPS certified peer support?
It's Child Protective Services.
I got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. Appreciate your time and hope that you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you for your time. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Michael Braxton. Mr. Braxton. Michael Braxton, if you're with us, we are ready to hear from you. Okay, we will try Mr. Braxton again later. In the meantime, Jason Campbell. Mr. Campbell.
Hello.
Good morning.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm grateful to be able to speak with you. My name is Jason Campbell. I'm seeking a pardon for an armed robbery with threat of force party to a crime that I committed on April 19th, 2002. I was 17 at the time. I participated in robbing a Target department store with 5 other individuals whom I went to school with at Racine Lutheran High School. 4 of them had robbed the same store several months prior to the second robbery that I was involved with. On the night of the robbery, we met at a hotel that was rented by one of my co-defendants. At the hotel, I consumed alcohol and drugs prior to being dropped off at the store with another individual. We entered the store around 30 minutes before closing time and hid in a closet near the office. After the store closed, we exited the closet and approached the office. We brandished a BB gun and demanded that the safe be opened. We placed the money, around $20,000, into a backpack and fled out the back exit into a getaway car. We returned to the hotel to split up the money and continue drinking. I was arrested around 6 weeks later. I was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 3 years of extended supervision. I did not think about the severity of the crime or the people that it would affect prior to committing this act. I don't think my conscience would have allowed me to do this had it not been blurred by drugs and alcohol. My life was a mess in the years leading up to this. I was a bad kid at the time, and I wish every day that I could go back and make better choices. My wife worked at a Walgreens as a store manager for 15 years. She was robbed at gunpoint while closing the store roughly 3 years after my release from prison. Sorry. It was then that I fully understood the pain that I put the victims of my crime through. My wife had trouble sleeping and suffered from panic attacks for a long time. I drove to Walgreens every night for a month to wait in the parking lot while she closed the store because she was scared to be there. I hated the person who had done this to her, yet I was guilty of the same crime. It made me feel terrible. I questioned how she could still love me. I am truly sorry for the pain and distress that I caused. I received a grounds maintenance specialist certificate while incarcerated and spent the final 9 months on work release. I worked second shift at A&E Hand Tools in Racine making snap-on wrenches. I completed the 3 years of extended supervision without any problems. I worked full-time for 2 different landscaping companies after my release. I knew that having a felony was going to hamper my future job prospects, and I decided to open my own business in 2008, Campbell Landscaping LLC. I still operate that business to this day. I've used my business to give back to others, as you can see in my application. I often donate my time, goods, and services with no expectation of anything in return. Most recently, I've continued to care for 2 of my widowed neighbors' lawns. I've been doing this in other odd jobs for them for around a decade now. One of my son's classmates and fellow Cub Scouts lost both of his grandparents in a car accident while traveling to their cabin Memorial Day weekend. I reached out to their family and have been maintaining the grandparents' property for this past summer. Last month, I did a yard cleanup for a lady whose husband was gone on deployment and would be returning home. She had let it go in his absence and wanted it to look nice. I've done these and hundreds of other things over the past 20 years at no charge. I took over the Pinewood Derby for the Scouts this past year. I set up and tear down the track and run the races. I've abstained from drugs and alcohol since my arrest. I want to be remembered as a good person when I'm gone someday. I am seeking a pardon for several reasons. I've been denied apartments. I've had to go before a board similar to this at my credit union when I applied for business credit to explain my crime. I inquired about going on a field trip when my oldest daughter was in grade school and was told I couldn't. They were sorry, but it was just policy. I've learned that checking the "Are you a felon" box has always led to embarrassment and sadness. I avoid anything involving a background check now if possible, due to that. All 3 of my children are involved in multiple sports and other activities like Cub Scouts. I would like to be a coach and a scout leader. I would like to be able to go on field trips. I also enjoy hunting with my kids and mentoring others. I would like to be able to own a firearm. Lastly, someday I will tell my kids about the crime that I committed. I would also like to be able to tell them that the life I lived after that was worthy of receiving a pardon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Campbell, the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. How does that make you feel?
I didn't know that, and it feels great. I've been waiting to get something in the mail, and every day it's been just anxiety. Sorry, it's very emotional. This whole process has been, it opened a lot of old wounds for me,
Well, thank you for your honesty and your application. Just to be clear, the governor will make the final decision, but
Yes,
the
sir.
support of the judge in Racine County is an important thing.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. Maybe I missed it, but do you still owe restitution?
I honestly don't think so. I was working that 9 months at A&E Hand Tools and my wages were being garnished. And I know when I was on probation, it was a huge deal to get that paid off. It was joint and several, so it was split up among,
But when
5
you
or 6.
discharged, sorry, when you discharged, according to the Department of Corrections, you still owed $10,000.
I'm not aware of that. And if I did owe it, I would be more than willing to pay it today, if I was given that option.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. I think that covers everything. Appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have Mr. Braxton with us in the Zoom right now. Mr. Braxton, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I just want to say thank you, first of all, for this opportunity. I actually remember Judge Kremers. I don't know if I was before you were, I think you were a judge in Milwaukee. I'm not sure. But I just want to say, so I hope you received all my information. When I was talking to my attorney about how to prepare for this, I've been waiting for this opportunity for 25 years. Let me just say that. I remember the day I wanted to share this. So when I was in Fox Lake Correctional Institution, I had been there for about a year. And I was a tutor, actually. I helped people get their GEDs. I helped a lot of people when I was incarcerated get their GEDs. I was a tutor and I was a driver as well, minimum security too. So I was trusted. I never got in trouble or anything like that. No tickets, none of that. But I remember walking to my unit one day and it was raining. And I remember it raining and the rain came down and it hit the electric fence. And I saw the electricity. And at that very moment was when I realized like that I was in prison. Like I had been there almost a year and I fell to my knees and I just cried out and I said, God, excuse my language, like I've effed my life up. Like, please help me. I just don't know what to do. Like, and from that moment forward, my life has been different. So when I got out of prison in 2004, I immediately went back to school and got my bachelor's degree from UW Milwaukee. I made the honors list. I have awards from the school as well. I have a master's degree, 2 master's degrees, one in business and one in social work. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a licensed chemical dependency counselor, a peer support specialist. I own a private practice called Providing Justice. So I've done a lot in giving back. But having said that, I want to also say that I was on drugs during the time of my offenses. That's no excuse for, I'm not using that as an excuse, but the reason. So I got addicted to crack cocaine 9 credits away from my bachelor's degree. Literally 9 credits to graduate in 1995, February 1995, actually. And so with that drug, it just tore my life up. And so I committed forgeries. I took a check from a friend of mine and used that to buy drugs. I took a check from my parents. And my dad was actually the one who pressed charges against me, to be honest with, like back then. Because he saw that I needed help and I just couldn't stop the cycle. But I've made restitution. I don't owe any monies to anyone. I paid my parents back as well as the friend. I've just done so much for society because I truly believe that I only take credit for the mistakes in my life today. Other than that, like I give all like glory and praise to a higher power of God, because I wouldn't be able to be here in front of you today, right? If there had not been something stronger than me that was able to sort of guide me. So I've helped hundreds of people recover from drugs and alcohol. I see people for mental health, both virtually and in person. I'm also the behavioral health director of a local hospital here in Austin, Texas. So I think that I hope that with the information that I've presented, that I've made the case that I've been rehabilitated for a long time, actually. And giving back to society is, I know it sounds cliche, but it's like truly, like really when I feel human. I want to say this too. So I was married. I did get divorced I'm remarried to my high school sweetheart. But when I was married, we had a son that has a very rare disability. It's called Phelan-McDermott syndrome. And you have a better chance of winning Powerball. It's a very rare, it's autistic. He's nonverbal. He's 16 years old. He's requires 24-hour care. And I'm an excellent father. I have 3 children and 3 grandchildren. I think that they would all tell you they've submitted letters, and that I'm a great father. I'm a great son. I'm respectful. I obey rules in society, like all laws, all rules, everything. So yeah, I don't want to really take up, too much space. I just want to just kind of give you the truth, and say that I am apologetic still. I don't. I've never wanted to commit any crimes. It's not who I am. I've never been violent or anything like that. But I don't, yeah, it's just the drug just took me out of who I was. I wasn't raised that way or anything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Braxton. I will open up and see if the board has any questions for you. Board members? Jerry.
Mr. Braxton, the
Yes, sir.
judge and district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application support your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I didn't know that. That makes me want to cry. I didn't. Oh my God.
Well,
After
just
this, I need
to
to
be clear,
pause.
you understand Governor Evers will make the final decision,
Yes,
but
sir.
those letters are an important bit of evidence.
Wow. I mean, just to like hear that and to know like that, I'm speechless. I'm
Thank you.
speechless.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Braxton, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jennifer Marish. Ms. Marish?
Hello,
Good morning.
morning. Yeah, I was convicted of fraud because I took out a loan, which I was with the understanding when I took the loan out through to get a loan for college that I was going to use it for living expenses. I got behind on the loan. So because I didn't use it for my tuition, they charged me with fraud of $10,000. I got 3 years probation and I had to pay back the $10,000, which I did by the end of my probation. And I had to serve 200 hours of community service, which I did majority of that at a horse rescue. I'm sorry. And I have been employed by the same company for the last 17 years. And I'm probably going to retire from there because it is a really, really good company to work for. So I see myself probably the next 20 years of being there and retiring. I mean, my friend's been there for 27 years in April, so it's a very good company to work for. So, and I'm seeking a pardon for I would really like to be a foster parent. That's the main reason why I would like to get a pardon, because I don't have any kids and I would love to help siblings out so they don't get separated by the system. So that is my main reason for seeking a pardon.
Thank you. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Good morning. Appreciate your being here. This is not always the easiest forum to
No, it's
discuss
not.
these things, so appreciate your being with us today. You may have heard me ask previous applicants this, but you chose not to submit any letters of support for your application.
The only people that know about what happened to me is my family. And I just kind of felt that it would be very biased if the only letters of support were from like my mom and my 2 sisters. So I didn't know like how much of that would be considered. considering the only letters that you would get would be from my family. Because like I said, nobody knows about this with me because I've never told anybody what happened, because it was just, I got a letter in the mail saying that I had to go down to the courthouse and I was going to be charged. So there was never any like police that showed up at my house or anything like that. So my friends don't know. The only people that know are my immediate family. So I just thought it would be more like it would be extremely biased. So I didn't have any of my family submit any letters for
Okay,
that reason.
thank you.
Other questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. Marish, I have a couple of questions. You were ordered when you were sentenced to pay $9,000 in restitution. Have you
Yes.
paid that?
Yes, it was all paid off. It was paid off like 3 months before I was off probation.
Okay, but then it looks like you now have, or currently have, about $30,000 in unpaid or unsatisfied small claims judgments against you. Is that correct?
Probably. I was trying to get ahead and stuff, and I did have some surgeries done in the last few years. I had my gallbladder removed, and then this last year, December 11th, I broke my ankle. So
Are these medical debts that you got sued for then?
yeah.
I see. And then last question. It looks like in the criminal complaint, you said that the scheme here was that you and your sister, I guess, were going to, steal this money in effect, or fraudulently obtain the money, but then give us some of the money back to the victim because the victim was in on this. Is that correct?
There was a co-signer on the loan with me.
Yeah.
And I was going to give him some money for co-signing for me. And I got behind on the payments. He informed the police department that I stole his information, which I did not, because College Loan Corp actually physically called him and talked to him about the co-signing of it. And he told them that I lied. And that is one of the main reasons why this even took place, why I was even charged with fraud in the first place. Because they dropped the identity theft.
So
and
why
they
did
just
you plead,
charged me with fraud.
why did you plead guilty then?
Because my attorney said there was no way for me to prove that his name was Corey, that I did not steal his identity. Even though I tried telling my attorney that the loan company physically did call him and talk to him and got all of his information over the phone. But my attorney said this would be the best way to go about it because they would drop the identity theft and they would only charge me with the fraud of the $10,000, which I paid back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
The judge in Brown County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. He was the same judge who convicted you.
Okay.
How does that make you feel?
That is very a welcoming thing because I know I got a letter from the DA not supporting. So having the judge support me says a lot.
Okay.
And I'm very thankful for that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Marsh, I just wanted to follow up on the questions that the judge was asking you here. You mentioned a couple of surgeries. We see small claims judgments from 2006, 2007, 2009, kind of through last year here. There are maybe
there were I know there was a couple for because I was on a loan with my mom for a car, and the car got repoed because the finance company screwed up and my mom wasn't paying the sum that they said she had to pay. So that could be from one of the cars, because with my name being on the car and my mom's on disability, they came after me for the car, which I forgot even how much it was for the car. But yeah, I mean, some of them are like payday loans
Okay.
and stuff. So
Okay, so a mix of stuff, not all medical,
yeah,
but some of it is. Okay.
yeah. But I know, like, I forgot when it was. I had my gallbladder taken out, and that was like over $6,000 for that, and I owe like 39,000 for breaking my ankle last year yet. So
Okay. Wait, thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, that covers it then. Thank you, Ms. Marash. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
all right, thanks.
Next up, we have Lashina Howard. Ms. Howard.
Hi,
Hello.
is my camera on? Because I can't.
We can't see you. We can hear you. We'll try prompting you to turn it on.
Here we
There
go.
we go.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
Okay, so I'm nervous. I'm sorry. My name is Lashina Bond now. I got married. I was charged and convicted in 2004 for misappropriation of ID. I was given 3 years probation and 1 year state sentence. In 2005, I was charged and convicted with possession with the intent to deliver cocaine. I was given 18 months in state prison and 24 months extended supervision. Also in 2005, I was charged with issue of a worthless check. I was given 1 year state prison and 1 year and 6 months of extended supervision concurrent with, I want to say, with the other case that was in 2005. In 2007, I was charged and convicted with issue of a worthless check, and I was given 1 year, 2 months of state prison sentence, and 2 years extended supervision. After completing my supervision and while I was still on supervision, I was employed with an adult family home for a few years. With that, I was providing care and support for residents in a nurturing environment. I volunteered at Brown Deer Elementary School, where I coached young athletes, fostering teamwork and sportsmanship. I participated in the community service by distributing food and essential items to the homeless, demonstrating my community to helping those in need. I am currently now employed at Brown Deer Elementary in the Brown Deer District as a teacher and assistant for special education and behavior children. I've been in this role for about the past 2 years. And what I do there, I will support students in their learning and development, ensuring they receive the guidance and resources necessary for their success. I feel like I deserve this gift, and the gift is the pardon, because I have grown to understand what a human, a mother, and a wife is in a society. Also to horizon my employment opportunities, but for me, it's the acknowledgement of change from my family, the community, and the Department of Justice to see the efforts and the rehabilitation of myself.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Questions from the board? Cindy.
So are you glad you made the job change?
I definitely am. I think this was my calling. I kind of got disturbed because I was already in when I got released from prison. I was actually started because the 2 teachers, Mr. Lenari and his wife, they pushed me. I think I was the first to start MATC in prison at Chichitas Correctional. I was the only inmate in there in the college course after I got my HSED from them. But I kind of got disturbed because one of my counselors told me that I wouldn't be able to go in the field and because of my background.
Mm-hmm. Did the felony impact you at all during the application process, or
to get enrolled in there?
No, for your job now.
No. I was very upfront with it,
Yeah.
but I think because they knew me as a parent, because when I got released, I actually had 2 more kids.
Mhm.
So I think they knew me as a parent. I didn't hide it from the school, but I kind of don't. My younger ones don't know
Okay.
that. Um,
Well, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning. It looks like you were revoked in 2012. Is that right?
If it says that, yeah, yeah.
So why were you revoked?
I believe when I got revoked from there, I was at a club and I was drinking and I wasn't supposed to be there. And it's girls. It's a lot of people that I was around. And when I feel like when people know that you're on probation and parole, that's something that they actually use against you when they don't want to see you strive and try to change. Does that make sense?
So are you telling me that the sole reason for your revocation was the fact that you violated the
I violated my
rules
probation.
about going to a club and drinking alcohol?
I was drinking alcohol.
But were there any other violations that were alleged in your revocation case?
Not that I recall of, no, sir.
Okay, and then how long did you serve?
That right there, I believe I served all my time because I was just at that point, it was more for me to be like, I'm kind of tired of constantly keep dealing with this. So kind of just let me get it done, get over. And that was an issue with my PO at that time.
So when did you get off paper?
I believe August 16th, 2016, I believe.
16.
I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions from the board? Eric?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us. I just wanted to ask, it looks like there might have been a 2024 case where somebody filed a harassment restraining order against you. One was not granted. I just wanted to confirm if that was you.
Yes, that was me.
Okay. Is there anything about that that you would like to tell the board?
A girl dealing with my husband. I found out about it. I didn't have any contact with her, never did. Somehow she ended up finding, well, I guess when he cut it off, I guess for her to try to get back at me, she sent by knowing that I used to be on papers about, when they can Google you and see your background and everything. I think that was the cause of that, but it wasn't granted, so
Thank you.
no problem.
Jerry?
In your application, you tell the story about how most of your criminal activity was because of your relationship with Courtney Hardy. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were together for 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And he's the father of one of your kids?
My oldest, yes.
Yeah. Do you have any contact with him?
No, sir.
Does his son or daughter have any contact with him?
My oldest son, no, sir.
Okay.
He-
And go ahead, please.
I apologize. He knows my husband is being his father. He knows who his father is, but my husband actually stepped up.
Yeah, okay. The judge in Waukesha County who reviewed one of your cases supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Sorry. I was hearing you say that, and I never knew the process of it, so that really makes me feel hot inside. Like it's a good feeling because it's just like it's somebody on the other side of a criminal or used to be a criminal that wants to try to change the narrative of my life. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Bond. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nicholas Nelson. Mr. Nelson?
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Nicholas Nelson. I'm 47 years old, and I'm here to respectfully request a pardon for a Class C felony forgery conviction that was finalized in February of 2000. I served 21 days in jail and paid $868 in restitution for this offense, which occurred 25 years ago during one of the darkest periods of my life. During my senior year of high school, I was a high-achieving student enrolled in multiple honors courses, including honors law, honors physics, and Spanish 5 for honors. I had been accepted to the University of North Carolina with plans to study medicine. However, that year I succumbed to the peer pressure and experimented with marijuana, which triggered a rapid downward spiral into substance abuse. The abuse led me to skip school and fail English, causing me to miss my high school graduation. Although I completed my diploma through summer school, I continued abusing drugs and alcohol. The dependency drove me to make the terrible decision of writing worthless checks and eventually to steal checks from my roommate and forge them to support my addiction. When I was offered a plea deal, my public defender urged me to accept it. The judge raised his eyebrows at me as I stood in court, staring at a document that said I was facing 40 years in jail. I was terrified. In that moment of fear, I thought accepting a felony plea deal or felony plea would result in a less jail time. Ultimately, the experience became a much-needed eye-opener for me. Not long after my conviction, I enrolled in Mid-State Technical College to study computer science. Over the next 2.5 years, I missed only one class and graduated with high honors, achieving a 3.97 GPA. I worked software engineering jobs in Wisconsin for several years before moving to Los Angeles, where I found an engineering role at a startup. After 8 years of dedicated service, the startup was acquired by the company I work for now, and I was offered a significant retention bonus in recognition of my value as a star employee. The company's CTO asked me to move to Phoenix to open a tech branch, which I successfully did. A few years later, I won the Leadership of the Year award for the company. 2 years ago, they trusted me to move to the UK for 3 months to handle another company acquisition. During the past 9 years, I have been promoted to director, subsequently to vice president, and most recently, I'm being appointed to oversee all engineering operations internationally, including US, Canada, UK, Australia, and India, leading roughly 350 personnel. Members of the board, I'm requesting this pardon primarily to protect and advance the career I have worked diligently to build over the past 25 years. As I reach the highest levels of executive leadership, senior vice president roles, chief technology officer positions, this 25-year-old conviction creates a significant shadow that threatens opportunities I have earned through dedication, rehabilitation, and exemplary performance. The person who made these desperate decisions at 18 to 20 years old, struggling with addiction and poor judgment, bears no resemblance to the professional leader I have become. I have spent a quarter century proving through my actions that I am trustworthy, capable, and committed to making a positive contributions to society. I take full responsibility for my actions 25 years ago. I have paid my debt to society, learned from my mistakes, and dedicated myself to personal growth and professional excellence. I humbly ask for the opportunity to move forward without this barrier of my future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. Looks like you have 3 restraining orders issued against you, 1 in 2005 and 2 in 2007. What were those about?
I think that was a relationship with, I'm not aware of 3 of them, but I know that there was a relationship with a female who had a boyfriend who filed those restraining orders against me. Basically, it was a 3-way issue, back and forth, arguing. I wasn't aware of, I'm not aware of 3 of them now.
But all 3 of them, I mean, there was 1 in 2005 that was domestic violence related, and then 1 in 2007, and then there was also an harassment injunction granted against you in 2007 as well. And you think those are all involving the same?
No, it wouldn't all be the same for the same person, because after the one that I recall, we weren't in contact anymore. I'm honestly not not aware of those. I did check CCAP before, even last night. I didn't see those on there, so I'm confused about those ones.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Cindy?
Yeah. Mr. Nelson, can you talk about the impact on your roommate of your crime? You don't mention that at all. You filed 37, you forged 37 checks. He was contacted by collection agencies and the bank overdrafts. Can you just talk about the victim impact?
Yeah, so he was my best friend. We had been best friends for many, many years. We lived together. In fact, I know he was in the middle of trying to purchase a home. And so that's one of the main reasons why he moved forward with pressing charges on that. And so he and I were still friends actually afterwards. He and I still, maintained a friendship. But certainly it did impact him. It did cause him some, troubles in the middle of purchasing a house because of the credit, checks and things like that. So it was impactful. I know he did end up getting his house perfectly fine, but yeah, it absolutely did impact him for sure.
And you may have heard me ask this question of others, but you did not submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
Yeah, it comes down to it's just an embarrassing conversation. I don't talk about this with really nobody knows about this. I think I've been a little bit lucky. When I moved to Los Angeles and worked at the startup, I'm not sure they did a background check. I still work with a lot of those individuals today. And then when the company was acquired, I'm not sure they did a background check either. So even though I know I have full trust and support of our CTO, our CEO, our SVPs, we've never had a conversation about this. And it's really just very embarrassing to really approach them and have the conversation. I live in Phoenix now, don't have any, families here. So, friends, neighbors, they're not aware of the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Yeah, so I pulled up the court records, and the 2007 harassment injunction was by a Teresa Jeldon. Does that name ring a bell?
It does not.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I think in 2007, I may have been living, is it Madison? Dane County?
No, it's Milwaukee County.
I never lived in Milwaukee County, sir.
You wouldn't have to have lived here, but I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I've never spent any time in Milwaukee County. I lived in Wood County. I used to work in Appleton, then I worked in Marshfield. I moved to Sun Prairie sometime in 2006. And then I moved to Los Angeles, I believe 2008.
How about Tiffany Harrison?
That name does not sound familiar.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's possible it's someone with the same name, Mr. Nelson. At least
Yeah,
the records I'm looking at here, it doesn't list your birth date, but
yeah,
probably
I
ask.
did look up. Yeah, I did look up CCAP, and I know that there are. I think there's other convictions as well with someone with my same exact name out of Milwaukee County. But I've really never spent any time in Milwaukee County.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
Mr. Nelson, from about 1997 until 2007, you were in trouble all the time across central Wisconsin. Why did you change?
I think it comes back to the kid that I was before I started the drugs. I was on an excellent path, honors classes, being accepted to North Carolina. I was going to go be a doctor. That's what I really wanted. And I went down the wrong path. This case actually, I think really helped me, got me at least turned around in terms of I need to get back to that kid that I was, because I was terrified that if I didn't do something, I was going to spend the rest of my life in jail or be dead. And so, it took me a little bit longer than maybe some to grow up, and get out of that, that period. I do think moving away from my local town played a big role in it. But I knew I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in jail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you guys as well.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Our next applicant is Tabitha Harmon. Ms. Harmon?
Hello.
Good morning.
My name is Tabitha Harmon. I'm 37. My charge is party to the crime of forgery. I was 17 years old, and then I was 18 when I got charged. My original sentence was 14 days in jail and 3 years of probation, with an 18-month prison sentence, kind of like deferred as long as I made it through probation. I did not make it through probation. I did get revoked and I went to prison for 18 months. When I got out of prison, I successfully completed probation. I also, when I went into prison, I had a 3-month-old daughter. I did get to see her while I was in prison. And when I was released, I worked with Milwaukee County CPS, and I actually ended up getting my daughter back within a year. I maintained full-time employment, housing. I was taking a bus every weekend from Marinette down to Milwaukee, which is about 3 hours, spend the weekend with my daughter, and I would come back and I did AODA program in prison and out of prison, parenting classes, and I did end up getting released from extended supervision, I believe like a month or two early. I maintained full-time employment this whole time. My first job out of prison was at McDonald's, and now my most recent job is a CNA at the local hospital. I obtained my CNA. I have completed all of my bookwork for my practical nursing and half of the bookwork for registered nurse. Right now, I'm recovering from a patient-related injury. I had to get shoulder surgery and neck surgery. So right now I have restrictions that I can't do my clinicals as of yet. So that's really the only thing holding me back from that. Me and my children, every winter, we do the bell ringing for the Salvation Army. I try to do whatever I can as far as being involved with their school, making popcorn on Popcorn Fridays and stuff. I did apply to be a soccer coach because they were lacking one. And unfortunately, I could not be a soccer coach because of my background. I am asking for a pardon because I would like to show my kids that, we all make mistakes. We're human, but it's possible to come back from that, to prove yourself, and showing them a pardon would be just so great. And then my parents. I have messed up so much in my life. When I was younger, they would bail me out of jail. They would come and visit me while I was in jail. And just being able to show them, like, I earned that pardon. When I got out of prison, that was such a wake-up call. And I've been hesitant about, when I fill out the application for the hospital, of course I have to check that box. I'm a felon, and I never lie about it when it comes to employment because they're going to find out about it. And then trying to, yes, I did that, but I've done schooling, I've volunteered where I can, as part of our as part of the the practical nursing program. They have you do so many volunteer hours. They have a food pantry that they send us to. I have changed so much since this charge. Being a mom and trying to help people, because that's my calling. That's what I was meant to do, was help people. And having the felon attached to my name at 37 still, it's rough. And it's embarrassing.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Judge Kremers.
Good morning. It looks like, can you tell me why you were revoked, first of all, when you got probation?
I was constantly failing drug tests for pot, and it didn't matter if they had me do another AODA class. I was leaving AODA class to go smoke more pot.
I see.
All
right.
That's why I was revoked that. And I didn't really care for authority. Like, my probation officer was like, do this program, just make it through. And, you're going to see that pot's not what you think it is. Like, it's a temporary, it may seem like it fixes your issues temporary, but that problem is still going to be there in the morning.
Okay. Next question I have is, looks like there was an harassment injunction issued against you in 2025 this year.
Yes.
What was that about?
My fiance's nephew had graduated, and we were at a graduation party, and his niece had stated that she believed I had said or done something inappropriate, and she needed the restraining order against me to keep her safe. I did not do anything inappropriate or say anything inappropriate. I don't even really leave my house.
Did you go to the court hearing?
I did. And I told the judge, my side of the story. And they just said, well, to make her feel better, because we live less than a mile away from each other, that he's going to grant it for 2 years, and go from there. It was very confusing to me because it seemed to come out of nowhere.
Okay. And then you got off paper when? What year?
I got released in August of 2010, so that would have been 2013.
Okay. So in 2014, you had another conviction for resisting or obstructing an officer?
My daughter had gotten bit by a dog, and it was somebody that we knew their dog, but I told the officer that I wasn't sure whose dog it was, because city ordinances says they would have to take that dog for 2 weeks, to make sure that, it didn't have rabies, all that stuff, had its shots and stuff. And it was a service animal for my friend. And the last thing that I want to see was that dog getting taken for 2 weeks away from them. And
So you lied. So you lied to the officer about not knowing whose dog it was.
yes.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Cindy?
Yep. Ms. Harmon, you may have heard me ask other applicants this, but you chose not to submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
I don't really go around telling people that I'm a felon. And really the only people that do know are my parents. And to me, to just have my parents write letters, I guess I don't think that it would have had much weight to it. So that's the only thing.
Well, I'll say this to that for others who are listening. Letters from family members are very impactful. They've seen you at your lowest. They can tell us the person you are today versus who you were then. So family members are very important to us to review, but thank you for your response.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
2 questions. Do you have any contact with your victim?
I did. She actually worked at the same hospital, and I had apologized, and I said, I know that it doesn't change what happened. I said, but I just want to tell you that I am sorry. And if I could take it back, I wish every day that I could take it back.
And how did she respond to your apology?
She said, I appreciate you, apologizing. She was like, but never again will we be friends. That won't change. But she was like, it does mean a lot to me after all these years. And this was the first time me seeing her was at the hospital. She said, it does mean a lot to me that you would apologize, after all these years.
And the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge support make you feel?
So happy. And it made me realize that when he saw that application and he saw what I have done since then, that he's trying to give me this opportunity to basically make amends.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then. Thank you, Ms. Herman. I appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the morning session is Martin Hawk. Mr. Hawk.
Are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning. I appreciate the time for this opportunity to talk to you. And I guess we'll go right into the cases first of all. The first one that I was involved in was when I was in high school. I got involved with a couple other boys and got in some trouble, and the judge did let me finish high school because I was he seen I was getting good grades, and it wasn't that I was going down, he thought, the total wrong way. So he let me finish the high school and graduate, and then sentenced me and came back to face this. And I'm not denying any of it that I was involved with these guys on these burglaries. We were snowmobile racing and got involved with some places that for parks that we were racing and going to high school. But anyway, I finished the high school and faced the charges, which it just plain was being young and crazy and not even thinking of what I did till I got older here. And it definitely was my own fault. And then I went ahead and served my time for that, and was still had one other charge in 80, which when I took my pickup truck in for alignment, there was a stolen parts on it. So I got finally got served on that one also, and had to serve some time, a month, 30 days, but I got charged with on a second case of 80. The first one was in high school. And then the second case was in 80 that I had stolen parts on a pickup truck when I went in for a front end alignment. And I served 30 days for that on Huber also. And that was in 80, and I'm going to be 70 November 9th. And I tried to lead a very workful living the rest of my time. Right up to now, I'm still working at Go Right Way Buses, their head mechanic at one of their branches. Financially, we're doing real well. I'm married and have a beautiful wife, and we've had our house paid for a while. I can't say very sorry I committed this and didn't wake up a little earlier in life. And I would like the opportunity to have a chance of getting this back, because I'm in my job. I run into it with certain opportunities, especially getting older. And I've had a CDL all my life, or since I was able to get one at 19 or whatever. And I can still not, my company still does work for the government and everything. And there's some places I cannot go, and I can't go to Canada. I can't, we do some for government vehicles too. So, you know, I'm curtailed in ways like that. And I just, as I get older, I'm going to be 70 November. I'd like to even try to still do some driving, and some of the opportunities where I don't have to work with my hands is hard because I'm getting arthritis. But again, recapping, education, I continued to you know, I'm very good mechanic. I have done community service with elderly, and when I've been with Go Right Way, I've also worked the last 20 years filling in with special needs and even driving special needs for the Slinger School District, Erin School District, Ozaukee County School District, for help filling in and doing special needs routes. And if there's any other questions, I'm not really good with computer, but any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. Board members, any questions? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Hawk. You may have heard me ask other applicants this, but you chose not to submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
You know, I was so happy to see this letter in the mail. I have applied before and got refused. So I kind of was surprised to get this, and you know, when I got it, and I kind of let it go. I guess I didn't read enough into it that I could get one. But I, like, even now, been with my Right Way for over 20 years. I would have for sure asked them for one if I would have known better. And my wife we're happily married here too. You know, you said, I've heard that your family would have, and that they would have gladly sent one.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry.
Mr. Hawk, in this first burglary that you did, you and your friends were snowmobile racers, but it seemed like you stole outboard motors. What's the connection there?
Well, it was Cedar Lake Sales. We didn't steal outboard motors. It was snowmobile parts. They had a snowmobile dealership too.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Hawk, just a quick one for me. It looks like in 2004, you had an arrest for a domestic abuse incident. I see you weren't prosecuted or convicted, but could you just tell us what happened there?
That was my girlfriend. We broke up, and I was getting back the car that was in my name. And then as soon as I went up there to the police station, as soon as I told them what happened, they dismissed it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board? Thank you, Mr. Hawk. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
All right, and that was our last applicant of the morning. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second?
Second.
Cindy, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. We will move into closed session. Board members, I'll ask for just a moment to make sure we get folks back to the waiting room and stop our live streams. Just waiting on YouTube to confirm it stopped.
Can you hear me, Mel?
Yes, we can. Yeah, Myrna, sorry, I know you're having some connectivity issues, but if we can hear you, that's good enough for us. We are just waiting on YouTube to stop. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a minute to get in and get connected to audio, and we'll get started in just a couple minutes. Okay, if you're just joining us, we are going to give it just a minute for our live stream to pick up and we will get started hearing from you shortly. And it looks like YouTube is working. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Mel Barnes. I am Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a couple of housekeeping items about how this afternoon's hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us in the Zoom today, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. And finally, we have board member Eric Liberator, who is a professor in the University of Cincinnati's online paralegal program, where he teaches students from around the world. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility and in the governor's office. So I will go through a couple of just items about how the hearing is going to run before we dive in with all of you. The first is, please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we'll ask you to keep yourself muted and your camera off until it's your turn to be heard by the board. That way the board can focus on the person who's presenting and we can all hear each other. If you do run into any tech issues with Zoom, don't worry. Someone from the team will give you a call and help you troubleshoot. If we need to come back to you because tech isn't cooperating, we can always do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. Each person will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes talking to the questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. So as a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief statement about what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And then third, finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have other questions, we've all spent quite a bit of time with your application materials by this point, and as you know, there's a lot in there. So everything may be covered there, but if we do have questions, we want to make sure that we get the information we need to make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once we're done with any follow-up questions, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom. You do not need to hang out till the end of the hearing. Once everyone is heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. And we know you've been very patient just to get to the hearing, so we appreciate you giving us just a little bit more time to make sure we can make those thoughtful recommendations to the governor. So with that, we are ready to hear from our first applicant this afternoon, which is Catherine Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine. I am requesting a pardon for 2 counts: forgery and operating a motor vehicle without consent. I was 17 at the time of the convictions. I was in a very difficult period of my life. My grandmother was dying of leukemia. My dad was battling a horrible alcohol addiction that ultimately took his life. And I was dealing with untreated depression, all of this while being 17 and thinking I knew what was best for me. I began acting out. I was skipping school, running away from home. I was with an acquaintance that I did not know very well. I had been driving his vehicle with him all day, and I began to feel uncomfortable. I thought that my only option was to leave, start a new life. I wish I would have called my mom in hindsight. And I did leave with his vehicle. And once I left, I realized I had no money, and I used the checkbook that was in his vehicle to purchase gas and things that I thought that I would need. Looking back on it, I can't even imagine what was going through my head and why I chose to make those decisions. As an adult, I can understand the difficulties that brought to his life. And I have reached out and apologized to him, which was very helpful in my process of moving on in life. Since my convictions, I have worked very hard to overcome them. I have 3 beautiful children. I went to nursing school and graduated with my associate's degree in nursing in 2014. I've been working as an RN since then. I had to appeal getting into nursing school as well as my license for that. I received my bachelor's of science in nursing in 2017. And I, as of last week, graduated with my master's of science in nursing and am eligible to sit boards. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't think this was going to be so emotional. I'm eligible to sit boards. I have it scheduled for December 3rd. I am concerned that when it comes time to being licensed as a nurse practitioner, as an advanced practice, when it comes time to applying for a DEA number, I'm concerned that this will hinder that. But I have kept going in hopes of it not. So that is my main reason for requesting a pardon. Since my convictions, I have had 0 other law enforcement contact. I have done counseling for myself, along with, in regards to AODA and dealing with my father's addiction. I am nonstop trying to learn and become a better person and take what I have done to make it a good thing and be able to help others. I have committed my life to being part of my community and helping them. I have a very strong interest in substance abuse and adolescent mental health, and I hope to be able to change it for somebody else.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board members, any questions? Cindy?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Miller. You mentioned in your application, and then again just now in your opening presentation, about reaching out to the victim. Did you do that through some court process or victim services or mediation, or was it completely informal? You still live in the same area? How did that work?
We do live in the same area, yes. And I had reached out to him through social media. And I do have documentation of it if you would like that.
No, I'm not. I believe what you're saying. I was just wondering, there's some formal processes to reconnect victims and, to mediate those. I didn't know if it was a formal process.
Sure.
It was more informal.
No, it was probably, I would say this was 2009 or so. So, and it was 2000, so probably about 5 years after all of this.
Okay. And he accepted you reaching out, and
He
it was
did.
a positive experience for you?
It was.
For both of you, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Miller, the judge in Allegheny County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
It means a lot to me it means a lot to me to even be here, and that the judge that heard my case would support this. It makes me feel a little bit better.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Juanita Dodd. Ms. Dodd?
Hello.
Good afternoon. We can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay. I'm not sure because I have stop video, start video.
Yeah, it looks like maybe your video's on, but is there maybe a physical cover over your camera if you're on a laptop? Sometimes there's like a slider.
No slider. I see my light is on. I do not see a slider.
Okay. Well, if we can't get your video working, we can proceed with just audio if that's okay with you.
That's fine. I hate that you guys can't see me though. I'm not quite sure what's going on my end. But I can move forward. Like I said, I hate that you all can't see me.
Yeah, well, it's your choice. We can either have someone call you and try to troubleshoot, or we can go with just audio.
I would just like to go ahead while I have you.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, board. Once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties on my end. My name is Juanita Dodd. In April of 1997, 28 years ago, I was convicted of a Class C felony, theft by employee, while working at Century Foods on 21st and West Walnut in Milwaukee. I was approached by an acquaintance and asked to cash 3 fraudulent checks that was found in a dumpster. At 23 years old, being young and dumb, I agreed. All 3 checks valued at $2,730, in which I received $200 of that. My sentence was 2 years probation and for me to pay restitution, in which I did do that. Since then, 1997, I worked odd end jobs. I worked at Tombstone Pizza in their environmental control department. I was a CNA and a daycare worker. After becoming a mom of 2, I wanted a career. So back in 2008, I went to school to become a certified dental assistant, in which I've been assisting for 16 years. Between that time, I definitely felt the urge to go to schools to talk to kids about the importance of oral hygiene. I volunteered with the Salvation Army and read to kindergartners. I even volunteered at the Wisconsin African American Women's Center on Vliet Street to help with planning events. In 2003, I moved from Wisconsin to North Carolina, still in my profession. And I'm at the stage in my career where I would like to transition from a dental assistant to an office manager. I would also like to go back to being a dental assistant instructor. You know, it kind of seems as if when you want to venture off into these different avenues, of course, they're going to look in your background. Being in management, of course, you're dealing with insurance claims, you're dealing with checks and things of all that. And for the duration of my employment, I definitely was away from anything having to do with money. I felt a little shell shocked from that whole experience of someone presenting me these checks and me saying, okay, I'll go ahead and do it. But then in hindsight, when I look back now at 51 years old, and to say that someone could have easily just came to me and said, come on, let's cash these stolen checks. And I went for it. So yes, I will say I definitely was young and dumb. So I asked the advisory board to consider me for a pardon, being that I am truly remorseful, I'm embarrassed, I'm ashamed for allowing my selfishness and greed to overshadow my good judgment and decision-making that I was taught. I asked the board to consider me for a pardon that I may pursue my goals and not have the hindrance of my past to still follow me.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Dodd. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought about that and I said, you know what, they'll probably ask that question. My thing is this, Ms. O'Donnell, When I cashed those checks, I was by myself. When I was in the interrogation, I was by myself. When I was sentenced, I was by myself. When I had to pick myself up from the stigma of being considered or being known as a convicted felon, I was by myself. I bust my ass to get to where I am today. Excuse my French, but I did all this by myself. And I feel like I need to do this 360 by myself. No one was there. Yes, of course, when you get into something bad, no one's there. When you kind of pull yourself up, you may see some people in the background, but then when it's time to actually stand up in front of you all, this is something that I wanted to do by myself.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Ms. Dodd, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon. And of course, Governor Evers will make the final decision. But the Milwaukee County DA supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel like someone from the home team is cheering for me. So being in North Carolina, to say that, my home has my back, it means a lot and it speaks volumes. So I definitely want to thank whoever signed off on saying, you know what, let's give her another shot. I appreciate it. I really, really do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge Cremers.
Yeah, I want to respond to what you just said about why you didn't get a letter. And it's not so much for you, so please understand that this message, because your application is in and we're going to decide based on what we have. So, but I know that other applicants and prospective applicants watch these Zoom hearings. And so I've heard this before where people say, well, I did this. I'm the one that committed this crime. I need to get myself out of this situation. But I just want to stress that it really is helpful to us to hear from other people that you have interacted with over the course of your journey to get to where you are, so that we hear from other people who see what you have accomplished and are willing to support you in that, even though they didn't do the crime, they didn't maybe help you get out of the trouble you were in, but it's important for us to hear from them. So I'm not criticizing you. I certainly you articulated your reason probably better than most of the people we hear from that have said something similar, but I do want the message to go out that it really is important for us to hear from other folks. So thank you.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree, Judge. You're right.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Dodd, just one thing I want to confirm. You said that you paid all your restitution. Do you have an idea of when you paid it off?
My restitution actually was posted probably earlier this week. If you go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin Circuit Access or to CCAP, I was told that I'm at a zero balance.
Okay, so you paid that off recently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that, I think that covers it. Thank you so much, Ms. Dodd. I appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brian Larson. Mr. Larson?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to review my pardon application. 43 years ago, it was July 1982. I was 21 years old. I got in an altercation with a local police officer, and it was my fault. I've been embarrassed and ashamed of it ever since. Very sorry it happened. And I received a year probation. After it happened, there was two officers at the scene, and I became good friends with the other officer. He wrote a letter that I very much appreciated. I enclosed it with my application to you. I've worked very hard my whole life, and I'm getting ready to retire. And I'd just like to put this behind me. I'm sorry I don't have a lot to add. I'm kind of nervous speaking with you, but it's been an awful long time since this happened. And like I say, I just like to put this behind me.
Understand, Mr. Larson, thank you. Board members, any questions? Jerry?
No, I need to recuse myself from any discussion.
Okay, great. So Jerry, we'll have you go off video here and I'll just make a note of that. Any questions for Mr. Larson? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson. So here today and in most of your application, you talk about how you were drunk at the time, you were arguing, it was all your fault. And then at one point in your application, you speculate that this officer brought charges against you to get even because your dad was foreclosing on a land contract house. First of all, police officers don't bring charges. District attorneys bring charges. I mean, he just filed a report and someone else determined if there was a crime. So I'm confused about you, if you're blaming the officer or you take full responsibility, or why you even put that in your application.
Oh, man, an attorney who passed away now helped me put the stuff together, and he said I should just mention everything. This was my fault, ma'am. And I didn't even know this at the time. My dad had a building and he sold it to this officer. And right kind of when this happened before this, it was a land contract deal. And he faulted on it. My dad and partner that owned it were going to repossess or whatever they do. And at the time, I know my dad felt that possibly he pursued the severe charge because he was upset about it. And maybe I shouldn't enclose that. They said enclose everything, so I just thought I would. And at the time after I did put that in my application, I didn't know if that was a good thing to do. And after now hearing from you, I wish I wouldn't have.
I'm asking the question, do you believe that's why did he write a false report?
No, I'm not saying he wrote a false report. The other officer that was with him at the time that he wrote a letter to you, he mentioned to me, he said that he was new on the force, my friend was new on the force, and he thought at the time that maybe such severe charges were not necessary. But, he was new and he didn't dare say anything. And I'm just wondering if possibly he charged me with such severe charges because he was upset about the business deal he had with my dad. I don't know, but that being said, this was all my fault, and everything probably that he put in his report was true.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to shed any blame towards him or saying he wrote anything false.
But do you understand that the police officers don't bring charges? They write reports. He didn't decide what you would get charged with.
Okay.
That's not how it works. And so that's what confused me about your statement. And I just wonder, if you're accepting responsibility for the behaviors of that night, and did you push him and pull his hair and scratch his eye? And if that happened, then that happened, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
And and this is not an excuse either, but being 43 years ago, it's kind of, it isn't like it happened yesterday, you know. I look back and it's kind of a blur, you know. I know I did everything wrong at the time, and it's just, you know, it was a bad time in my life.
Yeah. And, you know, as a board, and if you know, we're looking for people, you know, we're not trying to retry the case. We can't retry the case. We're looking for people to talk about what they did and why they did it and accept responsibility. And for the most part, you've done that. And then in this section of your application, I have to admit that caused me to pause and say, well, wait a minute. What does this mean? Why are you saying this?
I know I shouldn't have put that in there, but my attorney, matter of fact, passed away, you know, too, recently, and he just said add everything that you can think of in,
Okay.
it was a mistake that I put that in, evidently, and I'm sorry about that. Were you able to read the letter that the other officer sent?
Absolutely. Read the whole packet. Yes.
He's you know, he was there and saw everything. It was yeah, I am, by that statement in there, I'm not trying to take any blame off myself. I was just trying to maybe get a feel of the whole atmosphere of what possibly happened, but.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Any other questions from the board? Eric.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson. Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
In your application, you discuss how misuse of alcohol played a role in this offense. I know it was a while ago. How has your relationship with alcohol changed since then?
I seldom drink, light drinker when we go out to eat or whatever, but drinking isn't a part of my life, you know.
Thank you.
I mean, that was when I was 21, it was a different story, I guess. And, you know, but alcohol hasn't been a problem in my life. It was then, but I've grown out of it, you know. Even at that time, I was not an alcoholic or whatever, but alcohol played a part in my actions, I think, that day.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Appreciate your time this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You also. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next up, we have Matthew Jordan. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay. Richard Kent then is our next applicant. Mr. Kent. Oh, you're still muted, Mr. Kent.
Sorry.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. I'm asking a pardon for a conviction over 40 years ago for delivery of controlled substance. It happened when I was very young. I moved to Milwaukee to live with my dad. I got hooked up with a friend that sold drugs me knowing that I knew people in Wausau, he was wondering if we could sell the LSD in Wausau. And I had a friend up here that said, sure, you can bring it up and we'll try to get rid of it. And being young and dumb, I wrote letters to her saying that we were going to bring it up. If it worked out good, we would bring back some more. So I know everybody thinks that, you know, I took the blame for everything because there were my letters that were written, and I took the probation, I paid the fine, and to better myself, I left Milwaukee and moved back to Wausau to get away from all that. And over the years, I haven't done any community service. I've worked all my life to better my life. I've been in some companies. I've been trainers for programming robots. I welded for many years. And every place that I've worked at, I've stayed 10 to 15 years. And the reason I'm asking for a pardon is because I'm getting close to retirement, and I would just like this off my record before I retired, because it was something I did when I was young and dumb. And I have a friend in the Northwoods that has 80 acres of land that's asked me many times, would you like to come up here and hunt? And being a felon, well, I can't own a gun, so I have to pass on that. But I would love to go back, because when I was a child, I used to go hunt with my dad, and I'd love to go back and do it again. So that's all I have. I mean, it was over 40 years ago, and I I I sat down one day and I thought maybe it's time that I didn't know what the process was to get a pardon, and I just sat down one day and I thought, we got to do it, and we're going to try, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I can live with it. But that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Board members, any questions for Mr. Kent? Jerry.
Mr. Kent, how long have you lived in Marathon County now?
I moved back here when I was 26. So I want to say 30, almost 40 years now, because I'm 61 now.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Cindy.
So I'm just a little confused, because in your written application, when you give your statement about the crime, you actually wrote, I can't say I committed the crime.
That's where it was. I know that the DA wrote me a letter and said she would deny me because I used the word we too many times, because it wasn't my LSD. I just, so to speak, set up the deal. So I take blame for it, because there were my letters that were saying we were coming up with it. But
Well, you did
feel
bring the LSD up, right?
he did.
Yeah, you were with him.
Yes, I was.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
delivery.
Right. And that's why I say I took the blame.
Okay. But then in your application, you wrote, I can't say I committed the crime. So did you commit the crime, or do you not?
Yeah, I guess I worded that wrong, but yes, I
Okay.
committed the crime. Yes.
Okay, because that seems to be what you're telling us today, and I was just a little confused because in the written.
Yeah, I think I worded that wrong.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the
yes.
clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kent. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lonnie Jenkins Jr. Mr. Jenkins? Okay, Mr. Jenkins, one more call. All right, in that case, we will move on to William Washington. Mr. Washington.
Can you hear me?
There we go, yes.
All right, great. Got nervous there for a second. Can you see me?
We can. You are all set to proceed.
All right. My name is William Washington. The crime that I am trying to get a pardon for, excuse me, a little nervous, I'm not a good public speaker, was a drug case back in April of 2000. I was charged of delivery of cocaine, less than 5 grams, party to a crime. During that time, I was young, dumb. I was actually using drugs at the time. the co-defendant and I had a brilliant idea to basically sell a little bit to feed our habits. We ended up, we weren't like professional um, dealers or anything like that. We ended up selling to an undercover. We both ended up going to prison. I went to prison. I was 20 years old. That pretty much changed my life from there. From there, I got sober, got into an AODA program in prison. I mean, I've done so many things since this conviction. I don't even know where to start. But I feel like I deserve a pardon because it's been 25 years since this conviction. I've been alcohol and drug free since this conviction. I've basically, I owned a house. I don't live in Wisconsin anymore. I bought a house probably about 3 blocks away from where this crime happened. I lived in that neighborhood for a while. I was involved with things in that neighborhood with children and things like that, and even people in my own family. And I kind of seen like the effects of just drugs in general in that neighborhood and my community. And just it's kind of shameful that, you know, I was a part of that. But as I said, stating from the beginning, this was never about trying to make a lot of money or doing things like that. We were both trying to support our habits, and we were just doing it in the wrong way. Um, the criminal complaint in my case, it mentions that when I went to jail for this conviction and I got charged, it mentioned that this was my second felony. It wasn't. I have a misdemeanor case when I was 17. I don't know if that played a part in my sentencing or not when I got sentenced for this crime, but I basically went to prison for 18 months. I think it was 2.5 years of probation for 1 gram of cocaine. Um, like I said, there's been many things that I've done since then. I worked multiple jobs there in Wisconsin. I had a really good job there before I left and moved out. SPX Waukesha, shout out to them. Worked there for about 11, 12 years. I learned a lot. I moved from Texas to pursue a career with them into field service and to the trade I was in. I eventually moved on to I bought my own truck and moved on to doing trucking and things like that. The company that I work for here out of the Houston area, I have multiple endorsements and things like that. And I can't lie, like even myself for being a felon, there's like multiple background checks that you have to go through to do the things that I do. For example, I deliver jet fuel to Air Force bases. I deliver diesel to Fort Hood and Killeen, Texas. I've been to Norfolk, Virginia with chemicals. I've been to Lockheed Martin in South Carolina. I've been all over, and these are like high security areas and things like that. They're not giving badges and security clearances to knuckleheads. They do their due diligence and checking everyone. I would like a pardon because I'm trying to work on more, or how can I say it? My passion more right now in life is to kind of like help and give back to others. I had a daughter that passed away a few years ago. I'm going to start a foundation in her name. I'm going to be the owner and the operator of that foundation. I would like the stigma of not being a felon tied to that. Anytime you're dealing with like charity, nonprofit, and things like that, being a felon, it's just kind of a bad stigma. Even right now, I contribute to multiple charities and things like that. Children's Hospital up there is one. St. Jude is another. Trying to help kids that basically went through the same things that my daughter did there in Wisconsin. So that's just pretty much my passion, and my work ethic is my work is to more give back. And like I said, I'm trying to do all these things without the stigma of being a felon, convicted felon attached to that. I have a friend, Pastor Darnell Turner. He wrote a referral letter for me also. He has a group home there in Milwaukee. He's gave me a lot of tips about that. And starting stuff like that too. I mean, that's kind of on my bucket list. I have a lot of things going on right now, but that's kind of what I want to get to in life.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Judge Cremers.
Good afternoon, sir. It looks like you had a domestic abuse restraining order issued against you in 2003, again in 2018, and then a harassment restraining order against you in 2023. Those all involve the same petitioner?
The 2023, I have no clue of what I don't know if that's necessarily me.
Okay.
The other ones, yes, they do. Brief story about that. In 2018, this all revolves around custody issues with my children. Whenever I try to take my children's mother to court for her violating a court order and things like that, she basically used the police and made up the story and things like that to hinder the process of me getting my children. We went through this for a while. Those restraining orders never really factored to anything regarding her. In 2018, the girl that I was currently with at that time, her and my children's mother got in their head. They actually collaborated. They both put restraining orders on me at the same time. I literally, they were both saying the same thing, living in two different states. The judge regarding my children's case kind of read through what was going on regarding that case. They seen that this was kind of a distraction from the ongoing custody battle with my children. That case was thrown out. The restraining order was thrown out. The one regarding my ex-girlfriend, on the other hand, the judge, I was doing the same thing. The judge that was residing under that case, I think his name was Richard Sakovich or something like that in Milwaukee County. He retired, I believe, at the end of 2018. I was supposed to get a new judge so that I can continue to basically get that thrown out. The lawyer, there was a mishaps. The lawyer didn't get back with me. And I think I put that letter into the pardon application for the lawyer explaining what happened. But basically, this kind of got lost in limbo. I didn't get the court date to go back to court. And I don't live in Wisconsin anymore. So there's kind of like nothing I can do about that. But I'm 100% sure if we would have continued going to court, it would have been tossed out. Everything that I was actually accused of, no criminal charges were brought against me or anything like that. It's just a restraining order from her word. And I never got my chance to fully pursue it in the appeal process.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Jerry?
Mr. Washington, this is the second time you've been with us, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were here in April of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And since that time, your daughter has passed away.
Yes, sir.
And tell me about your daughter.
My daughter, her name is Brittany Washington. Try to just do this without getting emotional. I got pretty emotional the last time going through this. When she was 14, I try to make it quick. When she was 14, she just woke up. Her face was swollen. So we took her to Children's Hospital. We thought she had like an allergic reaction or something. We kind of didn't know what's going on. We took her there. They started running all these tests, doing this, doing that, running a lot of blood work. Ended up staying there for a couple days. So we're getting nervous. So after about a week, it comes back to find out, just out of the blue, we found out that she had lupus. Along with her lupus, she had stage 3 kidney disease. And this was at 14. So during this time we get out of there, they start doing, I believe I had a nurse from Children's also write me a referral letter as well. I put that in my packet. So at that time, we just found out they start doing chemo, they start doing all types of other different treatments. Her lupus and kidney disease was pretty much so aggressive, she went from stage 3 to stage 5 in 18 months. By the time she was not even 16, she was on dialysis 3-4 days a week. She basically had no kidney function at all. Her lupus was so aggressive, she couldn't even get a transplant. The doctors were basically like, it's so aggressive that if she were to get a transplant, get new kidneys, the lupus would just attack the new kidneys. They couldn't get the lupus under control because it was so aggressive. So she was in high school doing dialysis. She was in high school going through all this stuff. There was several periods that she was in ICU for months. I mean, she would no kidney function. She would build up a lot of fluid in her body. The fluid would get in her lungs. The fluid will congest her chest. The fluid will clog her heart. There's signs that, like I said, she was in ICU for months, and it's kind of sad because I left Wisconsin. She was supposed to come to Texas with me. I left Wisconsin and I kind of drug my feet like, hey, we're going to wait because we were trying to get all our doctors together in Wisconsin. She was 20 years old when she passed, but she was still being treated at Children's Hospital. And I mean, shout outs to Children's Hospital. Like I said, I donate to them now because the people there are amazing. Like they kept my daughter since she was 20. So we were trying to get all this stuff together. I moved to Texas. I still travel back and forth, and she ended up passing away like the day before Father's Day. So I mean, it's been pretty rough. The foundation that I want to start, I'm going through Breeze right now. I'm just trying to get some other people to join in with me. It's called Brittany's Hope and Healing Foundation. So I basically, and like I said, I donate to St. Jude. I basically, my passion, and that's kind of like, if I don't do anything in life, that's all I want to do is that's my legacy, just to try to help other people, children and parents that are going through this. Cause I mean, like losing a child, that's like the worst thing ever. So that's my passion in life. And like, as far as this case, and like, it's been so long. I've been like a rock for everybody else in my family and things like that. And like people that actually know me, you wouldn't even know I was a felon unless I told you. I mean, no one here in Texas. Like I said, I haul dangerous stuff. I got a lot of endorsements. I got a lot of badges. I mean, I even actually we picked up a contract for a place out down here in Houston. It was hauling uranium, and they asked me if I wanted to do it. I ain't gonna lie, I chickened out. Like, nah, I ain't hauling no. I haul a lot of dangerous stuff. I'm not hauling uranium. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta go through a lot of stuff to do that.
Mr. Washington, very sorry about the loss of your daughter. I know that happened between the time you were with us before and the time you're here today. So
yes, sir. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Washington, I'm trying to figure out the timeline with you moving to Texas, but there's a 2018 charge that wasn't prosecuted, but it was a felon in possession of a firearm. Was that, did you have a gun? Were you arrested at that point?
No, I wasn't. That's all tied into that restraining order. And like I said, that restraining order is tied into the custody case. This person literally, and I think now in 2025, it's more prevalent to see this. This person, my ex-girlfriend, literally called the police and told them anything that she could to get me arrested. They arrested me in Waukesha at my job. Actually, I was at work. They came and arrested me. She told them so many things. Even the police didn't believe it.
Okay, and I understand it wasn't prosecuted, but can you just tell us, did you have a gun in 2018?
No, I got arrested. I got out, and like I said, this restraining order happened. I was actually, truth be told, through all of this stuff that happened with that restraining order, I didn't get any criminal things stuck on me. The person that actually put the restraining order on, she actually received a citation for trying to break into my home.
Okay,
So
understood.
there was a lot going on there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
No problem.
Anything else from the board? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Washington. I appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe we have Mr. Jordan with us in the Zoom now.
Yes.
Excellent. And Mr. Jordan, were you able to hear the questions that we are hoping you'll speak to?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll turn it over to you then.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Matthew Jordan. I want to begin by taking full responsibility for my past actions. In 1997, when I was 18, young, immature, and lacking judgment, I made a very poor decision. Along with 2 others, I took part in taking a vehicle without owner's consent from a car lot in Madison, Wisconsin. I drove the vehicle back to Watertown, where the individuals later abandoned it in a creek. I was honest about my involvement and took full responsibility for my actions. The other individuals were not charged. I was sentenced to 5 years probation in order to pay restitution. During that time, I learned extremely valuable lessons about accountability, consequences, and the kind of person I wanted to become. That experience changed the direction of my life. It taught me how quickly one bad decision can impact your future, and it drove me to make better choices moving forward. Since completing my sentence, I have worked very hard day to day to live with integrity, honesty, and purpose. I became a young father of 2 wonderful children who are at the center of my life. Fatherhood gave me a deep sense of responsibility and commitment to lead by example, to demonstrate the importance of doing the right thing even though no one is watching. Professionally, I built a career in a manufacturing production field. Through hard work and dedication, I earned promotions and today serve as a director of production of Las Vegas Gaming Company. I oversee managers, supervisors, day-to-day operations, and work directly with customers and business partners. I take pride in being someone my team can rely on and is helping others grow and succeed. Receiving this pardon would allow me to qualify for a gaming license and continue advancing in my career beyond my current role. Outside of work, giving back has always been important to me. I volunteered for 5 years with the Lipstick 4-H Club Highway Cleanup Program, helping keeping our community clean and safe. Also, First Lutheran Church in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. I help distribute essentials and donate clothes to families supported by Salvation Army. Also, here in Vegas, I help prepare and serve food through the Shed a Light program, supporting individuals in need. These experiences have reinforced my importance of service, compassion, and community, values I work hard to live by every day. Today, I stand before you as a teenager who made the reckless decision nearly 30 years ago, but as a man who has dedicated his adult life to being better, doing better, and contributing positively to society. A pardon would not erase the lessons I've learned, but it removed the lingering shadows of mistake I made in my youth. I would give my peace of mind and ensure I am seen for the man I am today and not the mistake I made as a teenager. Above all, I want to continue being a good father, dependable leader, and a positive example in my community. I have built a life based on responsibility, growth, and service, and I hope that this reflects on the decision you make today. Thank you for your time and consideration and for allowing me to share my story.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
You're
Board
welcome.
members, questions for Mr. Jordan? Judge Carmers.
Good afternoon, sir. I've got a few questions. You were ordered to pay almost $15,000 in restitution as a result of this crime. Did you pay that? And if so, when?
Well, most of it was paid during the time on probation, but I also filed bankruptcy back in 2003 when it was discharged. So my attorney had all my debts brought to the court's attention.
And they discharged this debt, even though it was from a criminal offense?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So in your application, question 7 asks you to mention any other criminal convictions or contacts before or after. And you didn't list any, but if I'm correct, it looks like you have had several other convictions for misdemeanor theft and
before my conviction?
Before or after? This was you had a theft in 1996, the year before this?
Yeah, I would have been 16 or 17 years old.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't read that right. I listed the one that I had after.
Okay. And then you were convicted of a disorderly conduct or domestic abuse incident in 2019?
Yes, me and my wife had an altercation, and the police were called. Her stepson called because we were arguing, and they had showed up, and then, of course, one of us had to go, so I went.
Well, you were convicted of that.
As
Right?
well, I was convicted I went to counseling for anger
Right.
management, right? Yep,
You got a conviction for it.
correct.
Okay. And why were you, looks
But it
like,
was
you-
it
looks
was
like,
with the disorderly conduct, excuse me.
yeah, but domestic violence related.
A modifier.
So looks like you were an absconder in 2001 on your probation.
What?
Absconder, you didn't show up or didn't meet with your agent like you were supposed to?
I finished my probation full.
I know you finished it, but was there a period of time that your agent was looking for you? You weren't making all your meetings with your agent?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And was your probation extended?
For the 1 year because restitution.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy?
Yeah, just to follow on the restitution, according to the corrections records, you were ordered to pay over 14,000 in restitution and you paid $1,400 while on supervision. When you discharged, you had a balance of still about $14,000 in all your restitution and other. Is that right?
If it is, it is. I haven't got anything after I was discharged from probation regarding a payment or a bill or anything to pay.
No, but you said you paid most of it while you were on probation, and the records show you paid about $1,400. That's what I'm trying to.
Well, being a father of two with the one working, I did the best I could.
Okay, but that's different from paying most of it on probation, which is what you said earlier. That's all. I'm just trying to clarify because the records show something different. My other question is, you chose not to submit any letters of support for your application. Can
I
you
did,
talk to us
and
about
the
why
reason
not?
I feel embarrassed.
Okay.
I made a stupid mistake when I was younger. I ran with the wrong crowd, and like the last gentleman said prior, anybody in society would walk past you, they would not think that you were a felon. They would not know you were a felon, and it's very embarrassing to me knowing that I made one stupid mistake in my life that got me in this boat. And what really irks me is, almost 30 years later, and these two individuals walk free and didn't get nothing out of it. So carrying the burden of being a felon and not paying the full restitution, it should have been, but it is as it is, and I take full responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
How long have you lived in Nevada?
3 years.
Okay, and so the domestic abuse disorderly conduct was in Waukesha.
Correct.
Waukesha, okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jordan. I think that covers it then. I appreciate your time this afternoon and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Want to do one more call for Lonnie Jenkins, Mr. Jenkins?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, is that you, Mr. Jenkins?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, hey, how you doing? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. We're ready to turn over to you if you're ready.
Well, I didn't get to hear none of the questions. I came in
Okay,
kind of late,
okay.
so yeah, I'm sorry
So
about
we're going to
that.
ask you to spend about the first 3 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance. So as a reminder, those are to give us a brief summary of the crime you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. Second, to tell us what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, kind of how your life is different now. And then third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why the governor should grant you one. Once you spend about 3 minutes talking to that, we'll open up and see if there are other questions from the board for you.
Yeah, well, I looked at the email. I didn't see any questions attached to it. Now, did you send them in the mail?
Those are sent to you in that email telling you about today's hearing, but it's
Yeah,
just the three that I just listed.
Okay, well, I'm Lonnie Jenkins. Back in 2007, I made a bad mistake of hanging around some guys. I got off of work, and I believe it was around closer to the holidays. Was it closer to like a holiday or something like that? Got off work, was riding around, hanging out, and went home, took a shower. They came back and picked me up as we were riding around. Was going down by Potawatomi. We got pulled over, and essentially they found drugs and gun in the car. Essentially, it was on my side of the car. We all went to jail. I ended up bailing out. They ended up getting out with no charges. So I ended up getting charged with it. And I kind of let it fall on me, which I do take responsibility for riding with those guys. And I know I probably shouldn't have, but I take responsibility. At the time, I didn't want anything to come off of me trying to point the finger and say whose it was or who car it was. So I kind of just got nervous being young and just took it, having a son and having parents that's in the community. I didn't want anything bad to happen to come from my actions. So I basically just just took it on the chin. That's basically it. Since then, I got on probation, finished my probation flawlessly. I had some little restitution. I believe I took care of that. Fast forward, excuse me, I have had a few jobs. Currently, about 6, 7 years ago, I recently got my CDLs. I started a trucking company, Clean Slate Trucking. Well, first it was Clean Slate snow removal. Then I had some warehouse jobs, and I ended up throwing out my back, and I said I didn't want to ever throw out my back or have any surgeries, So I ended up starting to get my CDLs. I drove for a friend of mine that gave me a chance for Shepherd Trucking, and then I moved on to get my own trucking company, Clean Slate Trucking. Would now have 4 trucks, employing 4 people. I have done community work in the past. I do go down to different places to help pass out food. I do that with my daughter. I want her to see that, hey, we can't help out people. Things can change. I have a son. He graduated from Menominee Falls High School. He's in going to WCTC Waukesha Technical College to be an electrician. My daughter goes to Menominee Falls. I graduated high school. Just now, the department just be another milestone that I'm trying to put in my past. Like I say, I haven't haven't done anything to cause any trouble in the community. I've been living in Menominee Falls about 23 years now, and I just want this to be something I could say that I finished, or I didn't cause any more trouble. I made the right decisions in life to keep forward and let my kids know that even if you do make a mistake, you can come back from it. And you can, don't let that hinder you from, doing what you need to do in life, and you will have a chance to wrong your rights in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, today and in your application, you basically, if I understand you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're saying that you weren't really part of this drug dealing operation. You were in the in the complaint, I think you told the police officers that you were kind of sleeping and really wasn't aware of what was going on. And then today, just now, you made those comments about it really wasn't yours. You're pointing the finger. You didn't want to point the finger at somebody else, so you just took the responsibility for it. But the complaint says that the scale with cocaine residue was in your pocket, and the cocaine was between where you were sitting and the door, and the gun was in the console right next to you. So are you still trying to tell us that you were innocent of all this and you just took responsibility because you didn't want to blame somebody else?
Well, the scale had a leather jacket on. The scale was the scale was not in my pocket. When I woke up, to start from the beginning, I worked that day. I fell asleep. I heard some, hey, what's going on? When I looked up, the police was behind us. I said, what's going on? What did you do? He said, I don't know. He said, what should I do? I said, pull over. When we pulled over, and they got us out the car, and I did read the complaint. They said the drugs was on my side, which I never had any drugs on me, and the gun wasn't in the console. And they said it was, they were to say it was mine because it pointed towards me. As far as the scale, the scale's not in my pocket. I wasn't part of no drug dealing organization. I don't move like that. I just got off work earlier that day.
So why'd you plead guilty then?
But like I said, these guys here were a little aggressive, and like things go on today, sir. You know, people are getting killed for a little bit of nothing. My family, my mom and dad are in the community. My kids are in the community. If it would have been a situation where I said, hey, it wasn't mine, and they come out for retaliation, I didn't want that to happen. That's just it. You know, as me being older now, would I have did something different? Maybe, but you know, like I say, with the way things are going now with these guys, and I don't want anything to happen to my family, so I decided to just take it.
I see. All right. And in 2012, you had a couple of harassment injunctions ordered against you, one in Milwaukee and one in Waukesha County. Is that right?
Yes.
What was that about?
The one in Waukesha was my son's mom. So just to make a long story short, I went up to the school where we originally had him at. I got there, he wasn't there. I asked the teacher, where is he? I called her mom. She said he's out in Waukesha now. So I went out there, went to the school, which I had his new book bag, clothes, stuff like that. And we went. I said, "Why are you doing this?" I said, "I need to be on the emergency contact. Like, I need to go talk to somebody, do something." So we went in there, and I filled all that out. We walked out. She went one way, I went another way, and we did have some words. And she went down to the Waukesha sheriff, and wanted to put a restraining order against me or some type of harassment against me because she didn't want to be involved in my son's life. So she took him out of Milwaukee school and took him all the way to Waukesha, which for 2 years straight, I drove from Milwaukee to Waukesha almost on my appointed days of our child support to make sure he got to school on my days.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins.
How you doing?
It's not good. How are you?
Good.
Good. It's certainly not required, but it's strongly encouraged that people submit letters of support with their application. And you chose not to submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
I really don't have no support. I got my parents. That's all I have. My parents, my kids. I believe in God. I pray. I don't go to church. I just felt I didn't want to go and fabricate a whole some different or try to get people to write something that wasn't true just to make me look made me look better. Like I say, I'm a loner. I don't hang around nobody. I don't have any friends. I just me and my kids, my parents. That's it. I mean, I could have my parents write some letters, but they're a little elderly. And they went through a lot through that process with me with Huber and picking me up and dropping me off and work and all that stuff. I just didn't want to take them back down that lane. I really hurt them. You know, they worked hard. They worked at GM 34 years. You know, and I really, you know, they preach to me all the time. Watch your friends, watch the people you hang around, watch this, watch that. And I'm like, you're at that age. I'm grown. I know what I'm doing, and I know they're not going to. That's my friends. And come to find out, it was true. So I just didn't want to do that. And like I said, I really don't have no support. Just my mom, my dad, and my kids as of right now. So
You probably repeat those messages to your kids now, right? Watch your friends.
man, my son kind of veered off a little bit, but he seen real quick that it's different now, and these guys, these kids now are more harmful to you, and they're killing their friends. They're giving them drugs and ecstasy and all this stuff, man. They overdosing. So he tried to jump out there for a minute, and I see me saying the same thing my parents said to me, and I say, you know what? When you get kids, you gonna say the same thing. You say, I'm grown. I know what I'm doing. Those are my friends. Those are my bros and all that. I said, okay. you gonna end up finding the hard way. Just try not to. But he's 20 now. Like I say, no felonies. Hasn't been in trouble. He's going to school, be an electrician. So he sees me doing the right thing. I'm working. I'm trying to get nice things by working. He sees that you can work and have nice things. You don't have to sell drugs. Don't have to steal. Don't have to ride around nobody's car that's not yours. So to answer your question, yeah, I'm saying the same thing my parents told me.
All right, I hope he listens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Jenkins, the Milwaukee County DA's office, who reviewed your application for a pardon, supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support from the district attorney make you feel?
It makes me feel. I got the letters. To be honest, I got the letter last night, and I'm looking at it right now. It makes me feel good because, I'm able to, you're able to change your life. You're able to do good things, right things in the community. Like I said, I got a trucking company, so I'm giving other people a chance to take care of their family. And it feels good to know that, I don't ever want to see the inside of. I don't even want a parking ticket. I don't even go down and pay a parking ticket or pay a speeding ticket, nothing. I just want to drive past on the freeway. But it makes me, it makes me feel good that that I'm getting recognized for doing the right thing and it's paying off.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Jenkins, we talked a little bit about your relationship with your ex and the shared custody. I see that there was a filing against you in 2013 for child support. Are you current on your child support now?
Well, she took me off. Make a long story short, I had my son since he was like 3. I was paying child support, and I was letting her take him for her tax returns because me and her wasn't seeing eye to eye, and I didn't want my son ever to see it. Even though me and your mom not seeing eye to eye, you don't have to see that. So I guess at that time she finally came to her senses and took me off in 2013. So I've been off for child support for a little while now.
Okay, so you don't owe any child support.
No,
That's what
I
you're
don't owe
saying?
anything. Nope.
Okay, thank you. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time, Mr. Jenkins, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right, thank you too. Be safe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next up, we have Quentin Perkins. Mr. Perkins, I believe I saw you in the Zoom.
Can I print 3 pages?
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Quentin Perkins. I'm here with the review board considering me for a pardon. In 2009, I made some unwise and stupid decisions. I picked up some drugs for a person and took him to, I think, Fond du Lac area. I met the person off Craigslist. I used to buy welders from him at the time, and he had contacted me. I bought a couple welders from him prior from anything, and he contacted me, said, can I pick up something for him? I was aware of what was going on, and I guess at that time, I just didn't think, I was just thinking about $1. You know, he said, okay, well, I got a welder for you. You go pick that up for me and I'll get the welder. I give it to you and give you an extra $100. I said, oh yeah, that sounds great. I was convicted, you know, for possession and with intent. It was just a terrible mistake that, you know, I wish I could take back, you know, but it's, you know, it's one of those times you don't think about things until they happen because you don't think about the worst of getting caught. You know, I take full ownership of the situation because I had a choice of say, no, I won't touch that. Or, you know, I gambled with my life and my freedom. It's just, you know, as you get older, it's just one of those things that it's consequences to everything, I believe. You know, I was not only putting my life at risk, but I was actually putting the individual life at risk as well, because, you know, by me taking him to drugs, he could have OD'd or just anything. So it's no dollar amount worth your freedom or your health or anything, you know. I put my kids' well-being in jeopardy for my poor decision making. Especially I have full custody of my kids. You know, I had both of them at that time, and I just wasn't thinking. You know, I wasn't thinking rational. It was just like an impulse thing. Like I hear a welder and a couple $100, well, $100, and at the time I didn't have to do that because I had a job and all that. But it was just one of those things. I was money hungry and just extra $100 to go 30 minutes away. Oh, I do that. You know, I was very selfish. I put a lot of pain and disappointment and embarrassment with my family because I came from a good home. I wasn't around any drugs. I wasn't around any alcoholism. Both of my parents worked. They worked hard. They showed me and my siblings what it takes to be a family. You know, my dad worked at Pabst Brewery. He retired. My mom worked at Bridger Stratton. She retired. So I seen what it takes. You know, working hard is what it is about. You know, just life. You know, I always, well, how can I say? At that time, I didn't think before I reacted to things. And it's just poor decision making, you know. And since then, I mentor kids, boys. It's called Ray of Hope. I meet with them a couple hours a week. Sometimes we take them on outings. And I know a lot of people said, you know, they do the mentor, but I actually enjoy it. You know, I feel like I'm helping a kid not be in the same situation I was in. And by me doing that, it makes me feel good because I'm helping. And, you know, and I actually had a mechanic that I want to fast forward and rewind a little bit. Me and a wife have a dump truck business. I met a guy, he knew his mechanics. And at the time I didn't know he was on drugs. And, you know, I just saw him, you know, doing a little thing. I said, hey, man, you all right? You know, I was like, oh, well, I'm fine, man. I'm kind of going through it right now. Like, you know, so we kind of built a relationship and I actually helped that individual get off drugs. And it's not only that I want people to get off drugs, but I want to stop young men, and I don't mean to put this in any race or anything, young Black men, because a lot of young Black men, they see it in the streets, they see it on their corner, they see it in their neighborhood of that's the only way they can make money. And I got 3 kids, Travion, Westbrook, Kenyon, Martin, and these kids love me and I love them because, you know, I just try to show them, I tell them what I've been through, that it's not the end for their life, or it's more to life. And, you know, it hurts me to know that some of these kids never even been off their block. You know, me and a wife, we may have extra money for whatever. We take them to Chicago because some of these kids just never even, been downtown. And it just, it's just weird to even think about that. You know, you never been off your block, never been downtown or whatever. And and to me, it has to do with parenting. But only thing I can say is this changed my life, significantly. And it made me realize a lot of things that I didn't realize back then. I kind of rehabilitated myself by surrounding myself with positive people and people that's doing stuff. Because you hang around the wrong crowd, and you can't blame nobody but yourself, because it's all up to you. I don't care if somebody out here shooting and that's your best friend. You don't have to be with them. It's all about decision making. I've actively contributed to my community since then, because I help my neighbors, my elderly neighbors. I kind of live in a cul-de-sac with most, it's probably 18 neighbors, and probably 14 of them, they're all retired, elderly professionals. I live in a kind of a nice neighborhood, and I love helping them because, I hear their wisdom and their goals and things that they did throughout life that actually helped me. And I kind of take that same wisdom and put with the kids that I mentor. And I actually just found a passion for it, and
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to questions from the board. So if you have anything else you want to add quickly, otherwise I'll open it up.
Okay. I guess since then, me and my wife got married, my high school sweetheart, and got married. We started a trucking business. It's called Flipping Loads Trucking. We actually are in the middle of, we're starting a nonprofit organization called what's called Failure for Life. No, Fair for None. And we're going to help teens, and she's going to do the females, so we're going to do the males. And I guess I'm asking for a pardon because I'm not who I was in the past. It's not who I am today. And I don't want to be a statistic either. I've been denied my life insurance 3 times due to me being a felon. I've tried to do volunteer work. My daughter, all my kids went to a Lutheran school, and I was denied to be their basketball coach due to they ran a background check, and it was kind of, I believe my daughter was like 6 years old, and I couldn't be her not high school, but her little small basketball coach or go on field trips with them because they actually did background checks and seeing I was a felon. It was kind of a heart-wrenching thing. I had to explain to her, like, well, Dad can't go. Like, why? They have all the questions in the world. Why? But, I had to be like, well, Dad did some mistakes in his life that he shouldn't have done, and is taking a toll on me now.
Yeah, understand, Mr. Perkins. I just want to open up to questions so we make sure that we can get to everything. All right. Cindy, I know you have one.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. You may have heard me talk to others about not submitting any letters of support. And your application had so many positive letters of support from your parents, your nieces and nephews, neighbors, everyone. How have you built such a community in the time since these crimes to build up such a community of people who had so many wonderful things to say about you? And I hope you took time to read all of those letters.
Just reality check. It was a reality check. When, some people get in a bind and they get out of the bind and they forget about why they was in a bind. I never forgot that. And I don't want to go back there because I feel like I have something to prove. I don't want to let the people down that have so much confidence in me. And like I said, I was talking to the my elders down the block, and I actually got a doctor. He's a retired doctor from Freighter, and we just have the most wonderful time talking. And it's like, but I'm embarrassed to tell him I have a felon, but we can talk for hours. I cut his grass and we sit there, drink water. His wife bring me out lemonade, but it's a great feeling to have a great support system. My parents always supported me, my siblings, my kids. Me and the wife put our kids through school. We meet her friends' parents, and just a great surrounding, and I don't want to mess that up. I just want to keep going and being positive throughout life and teaching my kids and grandkids things that I've been through, but I want to give them a positive way, not the negative that I've been at, you know, because I know where I came from, and I came from a great home, but decision making. That's what it boils down to, you know.
Well, congrats on all you've accomplished since then, and thanks for sharing your story today.
Thank you.
Jerry.
When I was reading your application, you say, I knowingly went and picked up some drugs for an individual to trade for an expensive welder, plasma cutter. So when I read that, I thought, oh, this was just a one-time thing, that you had an opportunity to make a little money and get this welder.
Yes.
So that's what I'm thinking. Then I read the criminal complaint, and it says the CI, the confidential informant, had purchased 1 to 2 grams of heroin from Perkins about 6 times over the previous 6 months, and that the CI, confidential informant, was present when another individual purchased from Perkins at least 25 times over the same period.
Not true. That part is not true. I don't know the other person. When I read that, I asked my attorney about that, but I have bet that individual, but he talking about the other 25 times, never. And it's like, I didn't even know how to fight that about the 25 times, but I have met with the first individual, or I guess the CI or whatever, but I don't know who this other person, I don't know how that, I don't know nothing about that one.
Okay, so even if it's just the first person.
Yes.
This wasn't just a one-time thing.
It was,
you were selling heroin.
Four times, yes, 4 times.
Okay, so you weren't just picking up and delivering it, you were selling it.
No, I was actually picking up for him, taking it to him, or because he actually wanted me to, he lived in Fond du Lac, so his person was here. I had no idea of who this person.
Okay, what did it mean then when you said, I thought you confirmed that the confidential informant said that he had purchased 1 to 2 grams of heroin from Perkins about 6 times over the previous 6 months. Did you sell heroin?
Yes. Okay. I guess it's a way to put it. I actually he set it up. I paid. I pick it up. I take it to him. I get paid. That's how.
You took it and sold it.
Yes.
To the confidential. You were selling.
Yes, sir.
Cocaine. You weren't just. I'm sorry. You were selling heroin.
Yes, sir.
You weren't just delivering it to some guy.
Yes, sir.
You were selling it.
Yes, sir.
And you deny that you sold it another 25 times.
Yes, I do.
You deny that part.
Yes, sir.
But you admit that you sold it 6 times.
Yes, sir.
Which is very different than what you said in your application, which was that you were just taking this up to give it to a guy to get a deal.
Yes, sir.
So that was not the whole truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
6 times total.
Okay.
Not the 25. This person, other person, I have no idea who that is.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Appreciate your time with the board this afternoon, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mark Malley. Mr. Malley.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak. I was caught back in 1997 with 4 counts of possession of narcotics with intent to deliver near a school even, and 1 count of felony bail jumping. Essentially, when I had gotten caught with the drugs, I was a full-blown addict at the time. I was dealing the drugs to support my own habit. When I got caught, it scared the heck out of me. And when you're looking at the charges, and the charges say anywhere from 10 to 60 years on every charge. My drug-addled mind at the time was thinking, my God, I'm going to have 200 years of jail time. Not knowing how the court system really worked, that it most likely would have been combined together. There would have been, I wouldn't have ended up in jail for 200 years, but that's not how my drug-fueled mind was taking it. So I foolishly ran off to California, tried to just skip responsibility of anything. In that time in California, I lived there for about 5 years before I was picked up and extradited back. In that time, I had gotten married and had my first child. And then my wife was pregnant with my second child upon my extradition back to Wisconsin. Getting back to Wisconsin after the extradition, I was graciously sentenced to probation with restitution, and I completed all of that, paid all the restitution, and things went well. The wife and I had the second child in 2003, and it wasn't long after that, a couple years after that, that her and I had gotten divorced, which would lead to my next interaction with the police, which would be my following 2 DUIs, each which happened within a year of each other during the process of my separation/divorce. Since that time, I had, after the wife and I had got divorced, she had slipped back into she had relapsed back into drugs, and I had gotten full custody of my 2 children, and I have since raised them to be outstanding adults. They are both respectively 25 and 23 with no criminal records. I guess I'm looking for a pardon mainly for, well, I'd love to go hunting with my children, but also I have a job where in commercial construction, we sometimes have jobs at Fort McCoy. And in the past, I was able to get onto the fort with just my ID. Maybe 10 or 12 years ago, they allowed me on just to work. But recently, when I tried to get on for a recent job, I was not allowed on because of my prior convictions. I've been drug-free since 1997. I've been alcohol-free since 2010. I quit smoking about 7 years ago, cigarettes, that is. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm kind of at in my life right now. I guess before Miss O'Donnell asked me the question, the reason I don't really have any letters of support, other than my children, my mother has passed on. I never knew my father. My half siblings are estranged. So I guess the only person I really could have asked would have been my employer. But I think the reason I didn't is because I've always been self-dependent. I've had to restart my life multiple times, including in 97 when I got caught, in 2002 when I got brought back, and again in 2005 after my divorce. So in restarting my life all those times, I've only had myself to depend on, and I've never really, I haven't had any other people to ask for things. So I guess I'm not used to that, I suppose. I suppose that's about all I've got for you if you'd like to open up for questions.
Cindy.
Yeah, well, thanks for preemptively answering my first question.
You're welcome, ma'am.
And I appreciate that. I was looking, you clarified for me because it looks, the crime happened in 97, but then you fled. You actually weren't sentenced till 2002. So
Correct, ma'am. Yeah, like I said, I was scared of facing so much time in jail.
Okay, let me get to my question though, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So at 2 different points in your application, your answer to number 9, and then again for number 11, we ask about other criminal conduct, and you say both times, I've not been in any trouble for any crimes since my conviction. But that's not accurate. You had the second OWI, which is a misdemeanor in 2005. You had a misdemeanor operating after revocation in 2006, a misdemeanor disorderly conduct in 2006. So I don't understand.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I guess the operating after revocation slipped my mind. That would have been after my second OWI. I was caught driving, obviously. It wasn't under the influence, it was just driving the vehicle. And then, well, I'm sorry, what was the second one you read?
2006 was a misdemeanor disorderly conduct.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That was a altercation that happened at a bar. And I got into an altercation with another person. It was minor. I accept responsibility that I did it. I guess I just that one slipped my mind.
You were still drinking then?
Yes, I was still drinking then. I've
Okay.
since quit. So
Okay. All right. I just want to clarify because two different spots you said, look, I didn't have any other criminal conduct and they weren't felonies.
yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. But okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Manley. I think that covers it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Nicholas Weddle. Mr. Weddle. Mr. Weddle, I believe I see your attorney in the Zoom. Okay, we can come back to Mr. Weddle if he joins us. Terry George was originally noticed in this hearing. He has let us know he will not be able to attend, so we're moving him to a future hearing. And in that case, we will move on to Douglas Hazelwood. Mr. Hazelwood. Mr. Hazelwood, I see you in the Zoom. If you're able to unmute yourself, we're ready to hear from you. Mr. Hazelwood, we're going to try to prompt you to unmute from the Zoom, but since you're on the phone, you may have to press some keys. Okay, we're going to try to reach out to Mr. Hazelwood. In the meantime, Nicholas Weddle, Mr. Weddle, are you with us? Attorney Fisher, I believe that's your client. Is he with you, or are you aware if he is joining us today?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm not able to get my, Mr. Wadle is here with me.
Okay, great. We can try prompting you for video, but either way, even if it's just audio, we can do
Here we
that.
go. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I've got Mr. Weddle right here. All right, here he is.
Fantastic.
Yes. Hi, can you see me?
We can.
Okay. Thanks for taking this time for a hearing today. I'm asking for a pardon on case number 2011 CF 000001 of manufacturing THC. It was in 2010 when I was caught manufacturing THC, and a lot of the reasons I was manufacturing THC was because of hardship with recession and stuff, and trying to pay bills and keep my head above water, because the carpenters union had slowed down at the time and there wasn't much work in the Madison, Milwaukee area for construction work. I'd been a union carpenter since I graduated high school, which is about 20 years I was a union carpenter. And then I went on to, after my defense date, I moved back home to my hometown of Jefferson, where I continued to look for work, and I fell into a taxidermy studio where I worked there. And since then, I've started my own taxidermy business, which has become very successful for me. And after many years of working in the carpenters union and doing taxidermy on top of it, it just kind of became overwhelming for me to work 2 jobs at the same time and try to keep up with other life's stuff that I seeked another job to work at UPS part-time. And by working part-time at UPS, I was allowed to still have benefits and health insurance, so I could keep that, which was the main focal point of getting a job there. And then after about 5 years of working at UPS, with my age, I'm still a young guy, but as my age, we get older, it's just harder to do more and more physical things and physical work. And so I happened to just search online, and I found a job at the local school district, and I applied there. And when I applied, I asked them about my felony case, if this is going to, discriminate me or bar me from employment at a school. And they said, no, we will give you a chance, and then I had a interview and I was hired at the school. And when I started at the school, I started out as part-time, and they were looking for a full-time person to work at night, to clean one of the elementary schools. And I told them I was willing to work, and they told me I could work as many hours as I wanted to. And I started putting in between 35 to 45 hours a week. And I just told them that, I might as well just go full-time and put me on as a full-time employee. And I have been at the school since 2024. And now I'm at the Jefferson High School, which as a maintenance guy, and they have me doing all kinds of things. And some of them are setting up and working with the local sheriff's department on the fire drills at the school, the tornado drills, setting up for sporting events, fixing stuff. I live right across the street from the high school, so I'm kind of like an on-call guy. And whenever there's an emergency, kind of like this past Easter, we had a pipe burst in one of the elementary schools, and I live right there too. So they know that they can call me up, and I'm just willing to drop everything I do and go and clean it up and help fix it and do whatever. And I've also done a lot of things with the school, with the tech ed department and other departments there with helping out kids. I've actually hired a couple kids to help me with my taxidermy business to come over and help out. And another thing that the school has offered me too is next year, if it's in their curriculum, they would love to have me teach a taxidermy class in their FFA class. So to me, the school job is one of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. So I'm pretty proud of it. So I guess that's kind of a summary of where I'm at in my life ever since my conviction date or offense date is what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Weddle. We can open up to questions from the board members. Judge Kramers.
Good afternoon, sir. It looks like on September 10th, you posted on Facebook a picture of you with a couple other guys and a bear that had been shot. Is that you?
Yeah.
That's a firearm there, isn't it?
That was my friends.
Well, you were with them. Is that right?
Yes.
And you can't be around firearms.
Yes.
Okay.
But I took my friend up hunting. That was a friend of mine. I went out hunting with him.
Okay.
And under Alaska law, I am allowed to go hunting with other members that are out hunting.
Well, you're covered by your Wisconsin conviction and a prohibition against you being in possession of a firearm, which means not only holding it in your hand, but being around one.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I think I saw another question. Anyone else? Jerry?
Mr. Wendt, the judge in Sauk County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. How does that make you feel?
He said he supports it.
Yes.
I guess it makes me feel good. That, you know, that I'm kind of a changed person. I'm not the person I used to be. I've always been a hard worker and stuff, and it just makes me feel good that, you know, a judge supports it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Whittle. That covers it. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hazelwood is our last applicant in the afternoon. Mr. Hazelwood, we're ready to hear from you. Okay, Mr. Hazelwood, I know that we had staff chat with you. So I do think you're on the phone with us. Are you able to unmute? Mr. Hazelwood, can you try pressing *6 for me? Okay, Mr. Hazelwood, we're still not able to hear you. If you're able to press *6, I believe that's the command to unmute. Oh, can you try speaking now? Okay, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my name is Doug Hazel. I had a Bluetooth in my ear. That thing's always acting up. But yeah, my crime consists of forging a fuel assistance check that belonged to my wife. We got separated because I was a-hole. I mean, right down, didn't care about anything. We got in an argument one night, and I told her, I said, you don't like what's going on here? There's the door, get out. So she went out, and this one guy spotted her at a tavern and found her down and out, and well, they wound up together. And he wasn't finding out. He was finding out that she was coming over by me, and he decided that he wasn't gonna put any food or clothes on the kids or anything else anymore. We had three kids, 2 stepchildren and a blood daughter to me. So one day she came over by me with this fuel assistance check, and I signed it. And Randy Rapp, which is a detective from the Wood County here in the Sheriff's Department, took me in this one room, and he said, Doug, he says, I want to know who signed that check. And I said, I did. He said, no. He said, I don't believe you signed it. He said, I believe Beth signed it. I said, no. I said, I signed it. So we went through handwriting, backwards, forwards, upside down, signatures. Then he said, I'll get back to you. So he sent that down to Madison, and then it came back that I signed the check. So I was sentenced to 5 years to Waupun State Penitentiary. I did 3 years. I got out. I did 2 years. And since I got out, I've been driving a truck all the way up until 2016 when my wife passed away. And now I'm on my own. I live in a house by myself. I got my daughter. She's 53 years old. She's lives out. She's married. She's a caregiver. She got me into caregiving. So right now a caregiver. My place of employment got shut down due to the fact that one of the workers there beat up on one of the clients, and he was sent down to the hospital with real bad head trauma. So they shut that down. But now the lady, one of the ladies that's a supervisor, was a supervisor over there. She's starting up her own business in January, and she told me that I would be an assistant supervisor, that she would hire me. She's got a house and now everything's going on, but right now she's in kind of health distance. And right now I'm running my own business. I got a Doug Lawn Care and Snow Removal, and I basically revolve my business around elderly people. Although I'm elderly myself, I'm 80 years old and doing quite good in health-wise. And the reason I would like to get a pardon to hold a firearm again is due to the fact that my oldest brother just had triple bypass out in Oregon, and he would like to fly me out there while they have their deer hunting season. And as soon as when I own a rifle or any kind of a handgun, which I never owned a handgun in my life, I own a rifle, and when I get done with my firearms, I sell it. I allow no firearms in my house, and I taught my daughter the same thing. She allows no firearms in her house. So that's about the briefing of my conviction. And right now I'm a very, very reliable person to the elderly people. I just joined the church over here on 32nd Street, Faith Reformed Church. I've been a member over there for over 10 years, and that's basically about the way my life's been going right now. I'm living by myself. And the reason why I'm asking for power is so I could go hunting with my oldest brother before he passes away. He just had this triple bypass surgery.
Thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members, any questions? Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hazelwood. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Basically, I don't want to bring anybody else in. I could get Randy Rapp, could have, but he told me, he said, to go out on your own. He says, Doug, he says, you told the truth. He says, and I appreciate you telling me the truth. So he says, Doug, he says, I really don't believe that you need a letter. He said, because you are fessing up to your crime. You were the only one that committed the crime. My wife got put on probation for party to the crime, and me being so stupid and the way I was, she wound up in an alcohol treatment unit down in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And 9 years, this September was 9 years that she's passed away. So I'm by myself. I don't depend on anybody else. I do everything by myself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. I think that covers everything then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, and you too. Thank you very much, people, for listening to me. And I'll tell you, I'm crime-free now. I live by myself. I just turned 80 years old, and I'm enjoying my life now.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, and that was our last applicant of the afternoon section. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications and financial, medical, and social histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Cindy, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Motion is unanimous. The board will go into closed session. I'll ask board members to give us a moment to make sure our live stream stops.